facing problems that transcend nations. The world has become so fragile. The problems with the ocean, with the atmosphere, with the soil, with the population do not distinguish among us. How then can we distinguish among ourselves? There must be some way of getting together. The only way we can solve a problem is by a human solution, an international solution, a cooperative solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Thought happens. Sweat happens. Efforts happen. And it's up to us to help have all that happen.
السيدات والسادة، أهلاً ومرحباً بكم في متحف المستقبل وفي منتدى دبي للمستقبل لعام 2024، أكبر تجمع عالمي لخبراء ومصممي المستقبل. أنا مريم، المقدمة الافتراضية لمنتدى دبي للمستقبل والمطورة باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، ويسعدني أن أرافقكم على مدار اليومين خلال فعاليات المنتدى. الآن مع الكلمة الافتتاحية لسعادة خلفان بالهول، الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Museum of the Future and the Dubai Future Forum 2024, the world's largest gathering of futurists. I am Mariam, your virtual AI guide throughout the two-day event. Now, the opening remarks by His Excellency Khilfan Bilhol, Chief Executive.
I think she's done now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear friends, welcome to the 2024 edition of the Dubai Future Forum, the world's largest gathering of futurists from all over the world. Now, for those of you that I've had the honor to present to in the past, you might have noticed that I usually wander around the stage and I have my clicker with me, but I'm giving it a bit of a twist today because there's a very precise message that I want to deliver. So, you are among 2,500 futurists, thought leaders, and academic experts from over 100 countries and over 100 global institutions, joining us today and tomorrow. Welcome to Dubai, and welcome to the Museum of the Future. Why are we here? What is our purpose? This annual gathering has great potential to make historical impact because a lot can change in a year. That's how much time is between us today and when we get to meet again next edition. In 1 year, we have opportunity. Opportunity to make our industries future ready. Opportunity to innovate for our planet. Opportunity to create better lives for all. And make no mistake, we live extraordinary times. What we're about to see in the next 12 months isn't just change. It's a series of era-defining moments. Because the wheel of future design is spinning faster than we or our ancestors could have imagined. Throughout history, civilizations have understood the importance of planning for the future. Ancient societies delivered great innovations that changed the world, from the water wheel to minted coins to early legal systems. They also watched the stars to travel, farm, celebrate, and trade while they continued to learn more about our galaxy. But in contrast to the simple past, today, we face booming growth in data. We face advances in machine learning speeds. We face the development of real-time predictions. We face the challenge of ensuring technological progress stays true to our core human values. We face a new age where every industry must transform or it will be left behind. So I ask, what will change until I see you again? Now, here are 7 possible firsts our world may experience. First, we will see a world moving beyond GDP. Rapid economic shifts are reshaping governments and nations today. But a country with a high GDP may not offer the best quality of life. This calls for a rethink of GDP, a measure adopted nearly 80 years ago. For the first time, the UN system of national counts is including environment and well-being to calculate GDP. This is a giant leap towards redefining national progress and prosperity. How can we explore future scenarios that incorporate new indicators beyond the traditional measure of GDP? What will the world look like if GDP is no longer the main indicator of growth? Second, the world will double its energy from the sun. Every second, the sun radiates over 5.5 trillion times what humanity consumes in a year. And in the coming year, our world will tap into nature's limitless source of energy more than ever. In 2022, our global solar energy capacity reached 220 gigawatts. But by 2025, this is expected to reach approximately 450 gigawatts. This is more than the total installed power capacity of Germany and Spain combined. This number will shatter records for renewable power. Why? Because this is how the world chooses to respond to energy crises, by turning to nature for greater energy security. Third, we will see humanity returning to the moon. Yes. In the next 12 months, we'll witness humanity begin its mission to the return to the moon. NASA's lunar mission will launch to land the first astronauts to the moon in just over 50 years. The moon, a 4.5 billion-year-old time capsule, is a constant reminder for us here in the UAE and for our own ambitious space program to dream bigger and to reach higher. But I wonder, with all the technological progress we've achieved on Earth in the past 50 years, what knowledge will the world gain from landing on the moon this time around? And how much will this new achievement impact humanity in the future? Fourth, a genome bank will reach 1 million samples. Already, the largest genome banks in the UK and the UAE each have over 500,000 samples. But soon, one genome bank will surpass this with 1 million samples. But what does this mean for us? It means we're entering an era where healthcare can truly become personalized, where we can anticipate and prevent certain diseases before they even develop. But it also arises profound questions about how we will use this knowledge responsibly. This 1 million milestone would not just be a scientific achievement, it would be a gateway to reshaping our approach to health and identify and human potential. And this milestone might happen in our nation. Fifth, we will see the number of students learning outside of school reaching 5 million. Many countries don't track this trend, and some even ban it. Before COVID, nearly 3 million children were homeschooled globally, with the greatest numbers from the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. In 2022, the US had 3.4 million homeschooled students, and in the UK, numbers rose by 34% to around 100,000. The real total is probably even higher. By next year, outside school learning will reach 5 million students. This shift reflects a growing understanding that education is not one size fits all. Yes, traditional schooling doesn't work for everyone, and technology has been a key enabler. This rise of online platforms, virtual classrooms, and customized curriculums means that families now have more control over how, when, and what their children learn. Sixth, we will see the first brain-computer chip implanted in a healthy person. Indeed, brain-computer implants have been a controversial topic for a while. Elon Musk's Neuralink has now implanted 2 brain chips into 2 patients with spinal cord injuries. But now, what once felt like science fiction will become reality, as the first device will be implanted as part of a trial into a healthy person. This breakthrough will redefine connections. It opens possibilities we've only dreamt of, enhancing memory, improving focus, even interacting with technology through thought alone. But it also raises another profound question. What does it mean to blur the line between human and machine? Does this redefine what it means to be human? Seventh, we will see the first AI board member of a Fortune 500 company. Yes. We've seen AI accomplish incredible things, from diagnosing diseases to driving cars, predicting financial trends, and even creating arts. But we've also seen the emergence of AI in executive roles. Last year, the first AI humanoid CEO was appointed by a European company to lead with data-driven precision and strategic insights. But now, you might see a leader that is AI-driven, not a humanoid. I expect the first Fortune 500 company to have its first AI board member in the upcoming year. The evolution will force us to rethink what it actually means to lead. Can AI possess vision and purpose, or will it simply optimize for efficiency? Ladies and gentlemen, these firsts are signals of a world in motion. As we look forward, our responsibility as policymakers and futurists is clear. It's up to us to study these global trends, identify opportunities, and assess risks. And these firsts are not random. As His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum said, they are created by those who imagine, design, and execute the future. And this is why we gather here in Dubai today. We're here to explore and capitalize on future opportunities to refine the quality of life, offering insights and best practices to governments, businesses, and civil society worldwide. So, my friends and colleagues, what will change until I see you again? A lot will. But my question is to you, what will you have changed when I see you again? Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، الآن مع جلسة حوارية بعنوان من الفضاء إلى المحيط مستقبل استكشاف الكون، تديرها دانا العمر من The National. Dear guests, now starting a panel titled From Deep Space to Deep Ocean, a journey of exploration and discovery, moderated by Dana Al-Umar from The National.
test. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the third edition of the Dubai Future Forum. I'm Dana Al-Omar, technology reporter at the National Newspaper and the moderator for the first panel. It's quite a compelling one, so sit tight. Before we begin though, I'd like to show you guys a video. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage our esteemed speakers, Sara Sabri, first Arab and African female citizen astronaut, Dr. Usama Khatib, deep sea robotic explorer, and Suad Al-Harthi, National Geographic explorer. So our panel today promises to be both compelling and thought-provoking with the name From Deep Space to Deep Ocean, a future of exploration and discovery. We'll explore the depth of human ingenuity, the role of Arab talent, and the exciting future of exploration. To start, I'd like to invite, with no specific order, each speaker to give me 2 to 3 minutes of their time to tell me about their role. Saad, start with you, please.
Sure, thank you. As a National Geographic explorer, we try to push the boundaries of science, technology, innovation, storytelling for the society's mission of advancing and illuminating, as well as protecting the nature of our world. As the executive director of Amman's only environmental NGO, the Environment Society of Amman, that goes hand in hand with my work as a National Geographic explorer. So what we try to do is work on conservation of Amman's natural heritage, and we do this specifically by conducting scientific research with the purpose of advancing conservation science, advocating for conservation policies, and then also working on community engagement initiatives and programs in the target areas. So depending on what the science is telling you, for example, if we are studying and researching whales or sea turtles, working with the local communities in the area that's adjacent to those areas to elevate environmental awareness. We also work with schools to promote greening education, environmental education, promoting the next generation of environmental stewards.
Amazing. Dr. Usama?
Yes. Well, as a professor of computer science at Stanford University, I'm involved in robotic research. And robotics is, at this time, is becoming something that is touching humans in ways that we have never imagined. Robotics was mostly in manufacturing. And now robots are coming to homes, to hospitals. We have thousands of procedures performed by robots today. But there are also the environment aspect of applying robotics where, for instance, in oceans. This is an area where already we have robots that are providing information, visual information about the ocean, inspection of sites, human built, but we still don't have the capability of reaching and operating and working underwater. And this is something that we are working on, and believe me, it's a lot of fun.
Sada?
First of all, thank you so much for having us here, and I'm really excited to be here for the Dubai Future Forum. So I think that's a really, really good platform for us to be talking about the future of humanity and the world, and UAE, I think, is doing an incredible job at really trying to push for collaboration between the whole world. And I think, for me, I'm half Egyptian, half Lebanese. I grew up in Egypt, was born in Saudi, actually, and studied mechanical engineering, worked in robotic surgery for a little bit and stem cells for a little bit, did my master's in biomedical engineering, and I'm currently doing my PhD in aerospace, where we work on spacesuits and also do a lot towards space policy and law. So there's a lot of things that, you know, when we talk about pushing humanity forward, there's a lot of discussions about how do we do that actually in practice? How do we help modify those laws that, you know, allow for this collaboration that benefits both parties, or like all parties when we're talking about it? And actually, when it comes to conservation, I don't think we talked about that, but I did marine conservation and worked in that a little bit. So it's oceans are a great, great passion of mine too as well. And I think when you go to space, oh, I forgot to mention too that I did want to go to space 2 years ago.
Forgot to mention the most important part, that you went to space.
Forgot about that. So a couple years ago, I got selected, and by the first program that's not government-based. Because I'm from Egypt, I can't apply to any program that exists in the world except for this one, because each country selects astronauts based on like their citizens, which makes perfect sense. So this program was very new, and they select astronauts based on differently their criteria, and I got selected 2 years ago. I became their second citizen astronaut, so there's only 2 of us in the world, and got selected out of over 4,000 applicants, got sent to space 2 years ago, was training for a year and a half prior, and I'm continuing my training too again, so my plan is to definitely go back. My research has always been, not always, but after my master's has been very heavily focused on space, still continuing my research, still want to help with that, and also help build the ecosystem around Africa and the Middle East, trying to do a lot more there. I'm also founder and executive director of a nonprofit called Deep Space Initiative, where we do exactly that. We're trying to enable deep space exploration by making it accessible for everyone. So we provide opportunities in research and education and work on the legal side. We have about 300 members, 47 projects, and 60 nationalities, which is pretty diverse. So yeah.
It's quite an inspirational thing, honestly, moderating a panel with 2 successful women, not forgetting you, Professor Osama, and a successful man. But it's quite nice when the tables are sometimes turned, because it's always, you know, this is something that I really appreciate about the UAE, the GCC, Dubai Future Forum, Dubai Future Foundation, focusing on female talent as well. And as the first Egyptian astronaut and the first Arab and African woman in space, what was the moment that made you realize you could achieve this incredible feat? And what motivated you to pursue this path? Because we were speaking in the room, and I was saying, and I'm sorry if I sound quite backwards here. So Sada's always been based in Egypt, and it's quite rare to hear that an astronaut came out of the Arab world. And I want to know what drove you to this path.
That's actually a really good question. I think it does make sense to think that way, because it's true. Like, I think because of the opportunities that are not there, and because of how we always tend to, and I think we always tend to kind of like try to focus on the problems that are around us and not really look too forward, too much in the future, because there's so much going on right now. So I think some of the reasons for why that is because everyone around you tries to tell you not to do it. For me, when I was growing up, I was always asked, like, why can't I be normal? Like, why are you dreaming about things that are just not possible? Just like, be normal, just like, so I think in our communities, and even if it's with good intentions, and I don't think it's like it's not coming from a bad place, it's just from fear of doing something that's just hasn't been done before. So you have a lot of fear and a lot of resistance that comes with that. And I think doing it, even though it was, incredibly difficult, and the possibility of it happening was was zero. So it wasn't for this program. And like I think with the commercial industry and with more and more programs, like the UAE has a space program, it has a human spaceflight program, Saudi has a human spaceflight program. So now we have 2 Saudi astronauts, we have 4 UAE astronauts. So there's few of us now in the Arab world, which when I was growing up, that wasn't even something we can imagine. So I think a lot of you in this room, would you have ever imagined for us in the Arab world to have 3 female astronauts, 3 Arab astronauts, 2 that have flown and 1 that Nora has not flown yet, but she's an incredible, incredible woman too. So I think we are heading towards that, and by representation, by showing that it is possible, we will be receiving less and less of that negative, just being pulled back into being told to be more realistic, being told that you wouldn't amount to anything. I was told that mechatronics would be too difficult for me. I was told I wouldn't have any opportunities in my country if I wanted to do biomedical engineering. And I was told that I was wasting my time being interested in the space field. But I think you have to really believe in why you're doing what you're doing. For me, it was always about we, as human beings, this is just the natural trajectory of where we're going. We have to be exploring space. We have to be understanding ourselves a little bit more. We have to be doing that for all of humanity together, and not just, focusing on the things that have been done before. Definitely, it's good to focus on all of these things, and we have so many different people doing all of the things at the same time, right? So we shouldn't be stopping those who are trying to do the things that are not being done, because otherwise we wouldn't get anywhere. We wouldn't really progress. So I think a big part of it is representation that's going to be changing things, hopefully. For me, it was just trusting my instinct and really believing that that was the right thing to do.
I want to touch base on opportunity, and I want to go to Suad. Suad is an Emirati woman, and she works in Oman as well. I want to know about opportunity. How did the UAE and Oman offer this opportunity for you to explore? You told me you work in ocean exploration as well, which is such an interesting field. We have such intelligent robotic explorer, space explorer, ocean explorer. So can you tell me about the opportunities that were handed to you and how the challenges that came on the way as well?
I would say that in terms of opportunity, as an Emirati, as many people here know, education is very important, and being given the opportunity to be fully funded for both my bachelor's as well as master's program studying environmental sciences and then pursuing coastal environmental management, I didn't feel limited in terms of the topics that I selected, and the ability to actually go and pursue that and then come back to my country. And initially I worked for the Environment Agency of Abu Dhabi. And coming back there, I would say quite similar to Sarah, even though you are a field scientist and you have this passion for adventure, the outdoors, and curiosity about the natural world, initially the expectation is that as a female you would stay in the office, and there was not an expectation that you would go out into the field. And I needed to break that barrier somewhat with my male colleagues, as well as with my parents, because it's not really considered the norm for a female to go out at that time, 20 years ago, and be out on expeditions where you're sometimes the only female on an island. What that taught me is just follow what you're passionate about, pursue it, conduct yourself respectfully, and in turn your actions and your achievements will showcase what you're really there for. I had many opportunities to, take courses and things like that, to be involved not only in being part of the field team, but also leading many of these expeditions. And similarly in Oman, quite quickly, I think that, based on the work that you do, you can quickly move into leadership role by demonstrating your skills. And there's just a plethora of marine and terrestrial wildlife that is yet to be uncovered and discovered, and it feels really great to be at the forefront leading some of the work there in this field.
Yeah. Professor Osama, I want to know firstly what you think about this entire females becoming deep explorers and deep sea. You're a deep sea explorer as well yourself. You work in robotics with deep sea exploration. I want to know what you feel when you walk into a classroom and you find more females than males in your class.
Well, gender equality is a very important aspect of what we strive about in, at least in the West. We are always promoting this equality, and it is succeeding to some extent. However, I've been quite impressed with the Emirates representation in different universities I visited, where the percentage of female is even bigger, larger than what we have in the West, although it's not in the same areas. Now, going to our field, it's very interesting to see a large representation of female in our field, in robotics. And because robotics really touches the human, there are aspects of the work that connect with biomechanics, human motion. We look at sport and performance and injury and medical applications, and we have a lot of interest by female students who are pursuing.
Go a little bit technical now, particularly in deep sea exploration, just like I said. How do you see robotics as a bridge between the exploration of space and the exploration of the Earth's ocean? What lessons do we learn from one that can inform the other?
Yes, by the way, we already placed part of the devices that we are using in underwater in space. And with the European Space Agency, we have a plan to connect space to the ocean. So who knows, maybe Sarah will be operating my robots from space. So robotics is really exciting today because it is really going to the real world. Before, robotics was confined to a structured manufacturing environment. And now we are talking about taking robotics to extreme environment, dangerous environment for a human, or intervening in environment where a human cannot be, like the oceans. The example of the oceans is very interesting because a human can dive comfortably for 60 meters, but the oceans average are thousands of meters. And still, we probably know more about extraterrestrial planets than about our oceans. Our oceans are life for the planet. And I really think this is the questions we are addressing today. I mean, it relates to the environment, to sustainability, to the life of the ocean, because it is really the life of the planet. And what I'm really excited about is the fact that technology today is bringing tools that we never had before. The ability to touch and operate and intervene, not only observe, but intervene at thousands of meters of depth is something that wasn't there before. And I think it's going to change the way we interact in the oceans.
Every time someone says something along the lines of, it wasn't there before, I can't help but think about accessibility and someone behind working so hard to make everything like this accessible. Sarah, you've been dedicated to democratizing access to space research and education through your work with Deep Sea Initiative. How do you envision making space more accessible to young people in the air world and beyond?
So there's a few things that we've been able to do so far. So Deep Space Initiative is a US nonprofit. I founded it in 2021. And throughout the years, I think we've learned a lot about the demand. I think that's one thing, like, do we have people in the region that are interested in it? And the answer to that is yes, so many. And I think every year we open up research programs and we get just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applicants, and we have more and more from this region. And the thing for me, when I was first started getting into the space field, it was just completely inaccessible. I wanted to do research in space, but even though I would qualify, that I had the experience, that I had everything that was written in the criteria of what they needed in a researcher, I couldn't apply because I didn't have the US passport, for example, or a European passport. So your passport does sometimes dictate what you can and cannot do, which does not make sense at all. And I think what we've been trying to do with DSI is really kind of like challenge that a little bit, where it is a US nonprofit, but we do have researchers from 60 different countries. And they have been able to work together to produce incredible, incredible work. We have topics that range from astronaut health and performance, pharmaceuticals, in-space manufacturing, in situ resource utilization, space transportation systems. We have people working on rovers for Mars. We have people working on bioreactors. We have people working on so many different ranges of topics, and they're being mentored and supervised by people who are completely donating their time from NASA, from Blue Origin, from European Space Agency, from Indian Space Agency. We have people from all over the world, and it's a really incredible to see the power of having such a diverse network of people doing actual real work that is benefiting the field. Because how we've designed these programs, it's basically like how you would have it in an institution in academia. So you go through the whole program, you get also like some requirements to take some of our courses or stuff like that, and then you're mentored, supervised. The end goal is for you to have a publication or go present at a conference, so either peer review journal or by our own review boards. And then they actually can work in this. The next steps for us is, how do we bring this to life? So I think that's kind of like the next step here. They are working on research, but we don't want them to leave their countries, because we keep seeing that again and again and again, and a lot of us have had to leave our countries to be able to have those opportunities or to be able to create those opportunities. I went and did my master's elsewhere because it wasn't available in my country. It just did not exist. I'm doing now my PhD somewhere else other than my country because, again, it just does not exist in my country. So I think it's not by choice that we leave our countries, but I think it's also really important, and it's a huge responsibility for us to make sure that at least those that are coming, those that are still younger now and working on it, they don't have to leave. Because if we keep doing that, then we're really, brain drainage is always a huge issue. So what we're trying to do with DSI is, we create this IP, we want to give it back to the researchers in their own countries, help them get the funding, commercialize some of these projects, and build the ecosystem for those projects in wherever they're from. So I think this is the next phase for us, and it's like the next 5-year plan for us, is to move from this academic, more research-oriented way of doing things, which is incredibly important. And I mean, this is how we get things moving. This is how we do things. This is how we change things. Now we need to go into commercialization. How do we bring in investors in Africa or in the Middle East to create these startups, to help them do things, to be able to be part of the field? Let's say when we're building the next space station, we're building modules. There aren't many startups in the space field, or actually there are none from Africa. In the Middle East, I'm not sure, but also there are, if not, maybe, I don't know exactly. I can't really say the statement for a fact. I don't know of any space startups in the Middle East. There might be, but I'm not aware of them. I know that in Africa, there probably is none either. So what we're trying to do is, we want to give them this agency and this possibility to be able to do it. And we can do it from within. We shouldn't be, and a lot of things that I have learned since coming back from space, so since, because everything that I had done before has always been engineering, and that's kind of what I wanted to do. Engineering is easy at the end of the day. You can have these solutions to problems. You can have elegant or non-elegant solutions. But then how do you put it actually in the real world? And that's where I found really challenging. And that's why I've been doing a lot of things also related to policy and law, and understanding what are the restrictions legally for countries to be collaborating. There's definitely, I think yesterday we were sitting on a round table, and I think one of the ministers was talking about how it's always about national interest. Yes, for sure. We need to definitely be taking that into account. but also there's like the humanities interest here too, that I think we need to be taking that into account as well. We need to be trying to think a little bit outside the box on how to collaborate more, and I think UAE is doing that.
Yeah,
and
that's what I wanted to touch base on. I think we're very lucky, maybe Saad and I, because we're from here. I'm born and raised here, so this is home for me. I think I'm extremely lucky for the UAE to create such an important, set the standards for other countries with space exploration, with any field that you think that you want to study. I think the UAE has that field or is working on that field, and that's why I want to go back to Saad being an Emirati and holding that responsibility. You're a role model in environmental exploration and the environmental space. How do you encourage others, particularly in the Arab world and in the UAE, to take responsibility for the planet? I know the UAE is big on environment, sustainability. We hosted COP28 proudly, but a lot of work is still made to be done. How do you set the stage for that?
So I would say, as role models, you know, I am the first Emirati National Geographic explorer. As an example, His Excellency Sultan al-Niyadi, first Emirati astronaut. I think what this helps with, it allows the youth to see a mirror rather than a window. So when you look at an explorer, it's a window. If that person doesn't reflect, you know, your values, your morals, doesn't look like you, doesn't act like you, doesn't think like you. But then when you have mirrors, when you look at explorers, you can see yourself being that individual. You can see yourself in that space. And I think that that helps to change things. So as an example, as a child, I never would have imagined that Emiratis could explore space. And now they're going even further and doing polar explorations as well. That's something completely unexpected. But then it changes the mindset of the youth and of the next generation, because they believe that, oh, you know, it is attainable, it is within reach, and, you know, the sky's the limit or beyond, you know. In terms of preparing the youth, I think that it is a mindset when we think of sustainability. It's your day-to-day actions that make an impact, and it starts at home. So we have a lot of programs that focus on school-age children in particular, because they have the capacity not only to make a difference within their school environment, we also promote them making a difference within their local community and working with their local communities to magnify their impact, working on challenges, presenting them with the challenges that we're currently facing. So when you look at biodiversity loss, climate change, these are big global issues, but what does it mean for me locally, you know? But having them understand that, no, these are not just global issues, they are local issues. You have the ability to impact and influence it, or you actually have the capacity to make a change, and we place that faith in you, you know? So you give them that opportunity and say, oh, why don't you have a look at your local environment? What are the environmental challenges? What can you do to make a difference to minimize waste, improve pollution, improve energy efficiencies, improve water efficiencies? And they're way more innovative than we are when you actually give them the chance. So I would say that starting at the school level is very important. And then when we're looking at college and university students, early career individuals, it's also important to make them understand that our ambition is to move towards a sustainable future. You are expected to be a part of that change, and any job of the future can be considered a green job. So whether you're a chef, you think of sustainable food practices, and, you know, what are the carbon emissions related to presenting a plate? Where was the fish caught? Was it caught sustainably? Similarly, if you're an architect, look at sustainable design. So I think it's important that these concepts get embedded in everything that we do if we want to see a sustainable future.
Yeah, and you spoke about teaching as well. We have a teacher in the middle here. I'm curious to know the sense of responsibility that you feel. How do you foster a sense of responsibility in the next generation of innovators? And also, to be a teacher is to have a big sense of responsibility, because I don't think anyone will ever forget their teachers. You hold a huge position in someone's life. So what's the responsibility that you feel to teach the next generation?
Well, education is very important, and we all know that. The problem is very often we are maybe neglecting education at early stages. I think this is one of the most important part in how we develop. Basically, kids who learn math early on, they become really good at math. And if you start missing math and physics and science, then it is difficult to follow up with it. Now, as we move to research and we move to advances in technology and science, we have places around the world where we have the laboratories, we have the equipment, we have everything that makes it really possible to pursue these ambitious research projects, which is not the case everywhere. And one of the things that I've been doing at Stanford was really to reach beyond Stanford. We developed a program called Stanford Everywhere. And in this program, which I participated in launching, I have students everywhere. In China, in India, in Egypt, in Morocco, in all around the world, and also in the Emirates. And those programs essentially started the concept of online education. But online education is a complement, not the solution. And what is really important in some of the fields like robotics is the actual experimental work that requires equipment, that requires also understanding the machines that we are working with. So we are developing very advanced software systems that are controllable by interfaces that are quite affordable. So some of the interfaces would cost professionally like tens of thousands of dollars, but the ones that we are making available to students around the world are much, much lower, like hundreds of dollars. So there is something about technology and how we can use it in ways where everyone can have access to this. Well, particularly for the Emirate, I've been privileged to work here with the Fusion Foundation in robotics across Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and in Sharjah, participating in different programs. And I really can say that I'm absolutely impressed by the students and their thirst for knowledge and discovery, which is not surprising.
Yeah. Suad, I actually want to ask you about technology, and with the advancements in robotics and space technologies, how do you think we can integrate these innovations in conservative efforts as well?
Yeah, actually, I was just speaking to Dr. Osama and saying with his technology, I may be soon out of a job. But actually, looking at the technological side of things, humans have limits, as he's mentioned. So if you're going to be diving, there's only a specific depth that you're able to access. When I look at, for example, our whale research, so we have an Arabian Sea humpback whale research program in Oman. We are limited by funding. We're limited by the number of days that we can spend at sea. We're limited by weather condition, because they also have the monsoon winds that come up in the summer months, which means you can't be at sea doing research during that period. But with technology such as satellite telemetry, you can then put satellite tagging on some of your species. And as a result of that, you're able to gather information for an extended period for locations that you may not be able to access. So it really can make a big difference. Similarly, when we look at deep sea exploration, there's still so much that remains unknown. I think I read something like 80%, if not more, of the oceans remain unexplored by humans. So there's still so much out there. We don't know what species are out there. Biodiversity is very important for maintaining human health, climate resilience, supporting the clean air that we breathe. And knowing more allows you to understand what is out there, what needs to be conserved. And at the same time, when you look at our current ambitions towards net zero targets and minimizing greenhouse gas emissions, the oceans have a huge capacity to harness these greenhouse gases, but there's still technology that's unfolding on, to what extent can we magnify that? To what extent can we speed this process up? So there's so many solutions that are yet to be uncovered through these kind of explorations.
I'm curious because you said about there's so much still to uncover. What can the UAE, Oman, GCC do, or the Middle East do to be able to be ahead of the game in the region or in the world? What can countries, people, nations do to be the first?
So building your human resource capacity is really important. So building that next generation, exposing the youth to curiosity about exploration, about innovation, building their critical thinking skills. These are things that are important. And at the same time, financing for this is very important. I work for a very small nonprofit organization. One of the biggest challenges that we have is financing to support these programs, these initiatives. So I think that there's definitely a desire to diversify economies, to build economies, but it's important for us to realize that nature conservation and environmental sustainability needs to go hand in hand with that. And we need to start consider supporting and providing financing for businesses and initiatives that are sustainable.
You said sparking curiosity. So wrapping this up, I would like each one of the speakers to give their opinion about it. So exploration often begins with curiosity, but it also comes with a heavy responsibility to ensure our discoveries are used wisely and safe and ethical. How can we spark curiosity in young people, especially here in the air world, but also making them understand that there's a big responsibility with curiosity and we need to be careful and ethical? So in no specific order, Sarah, you can begin.
That's a very difficult question. I think that's like a very big challenge. How do we even do that for adults? Like honestly, because we do understand the technology is heading in one way when you can look at it in a either like pessimistic way where you think, oh, it's going to be the end of humanity, or you can say that that's actually could be what's solving going to be, and definitely talking about AI, just like everyone else in the world. But like you can see also the benefits that could come from it. So I think we as adults, a lot of us still don't understand the true impact that it could have. So I think it's really difficult to relay that message to younger generations right now. I think maybe focusing more on the curiosity part, that it's just so big. There is so much out there. Maybe just like the idea that as maybe what you can do, and let's say, for example, in the space field, you could be an architect, you could be a designer, you could be a computer engineer, you could be any type of field that you are already. It depends on your passion. Whatever makes you feel alive, then you follow that just because you love it, and then you will find something eventually.
What do you think, Professor Osama?
Well, actually, you mentioned something about the ethical issues related to human and machines. And while in manufacturing we replace workers, today robots that are coming closer to human really needs human support. These robots has merely functional autonomy, but they need the surgeon to operate. So we need the archaeologist to touch and feel before starting the operation. So don't worry, robots will not replace human. They will extend the capabilities of human. They will let human reach beyond where human can go. Another aspect of this is safety, and safety is a very, very important aspect of robotics. Today, we are able to create this interface between human and the machine. And this interface is allowing a surgeon to operate across the ocean. Now, this robot has to be 100% safe for the intervention. And we are working on developing those safe machines with new technologies that are bringing touch-sensitive compliance, material, new material, and many of those things. But in addition, there are many other aspects of the use of technology, especially digital technology, and in the way it is used and how it's affecting society and what impact it's having. So this is probably a question we need to have a whole debate about. Thank you.
Should have started with that question. Saad, lastly, please.
So in terms of harnessing curiosity, I would say that, from the conservation side of things, exposure to nature is really important. So I would encourage the youth to spend more time outdoors in nature so that they may appreciate what's around them. And only through that deep appreciation will they see the value of, conservation. When it comes to research, we do have a tendency of wanting to monitor things, which is great. But, quite early on in my studies, I remember one of my professors said to me, well, you can just monitor your reefs to death. They're dying in front of you, and you just keep monitoring them. Where's the impact? Where's the change? And I think this question is really important. So it is important that whatever it is that you're studying, whatever it is that you're researching, you're trying to inquire on what is the policy side of things. How can I change things? How can I improve things for the benefit of the future of the planet? And then when you're coming up with these solutions, inclusivity as well is really important. So including your local communities, including locals within your research, within your solutions and problem solving, so that you can have a more inclusive and sustainable future.
Amazing. Such a thought-provoking concept to think about where we draw the line, where are the ethics. But thank you guys so much for all of your insights. And yeah, thank you all for sitting tight.
Thank you.
الحضور الكريم يرجى البقاء في مقاعدكم. الآن مع جلسة حوارية بعنوان مفاهيم الزمن وتأثيرها في رؤيتنا للمستقبل، يديرها دكتور باتريك نويك، المدير التنفيذي لاستشراف وتخيل المستقبل في مؤسسة دبي للمستقبل. Ladies and gentlemen, now a panel titled Concepts of Time, How Do They Shape Our Future, moderated by Dr. Patrick Nowak, Executive Director of Future Foresight and Imagination at the Dubai Future Foundation. Please remain seated.
Good morning. So, good morning. Who is excited to be here today at the forum? Excellent. I think it reflects very much my own excitement about this space and time as well, which is what we're talking about with our panelists in this coming session, in this forthcoming session. Just by a very quick show of hands, who of you is holding a mobile phone right now? Great. The reason I'm asking is because, as we know, mobile phones are very much kind of our disease of the moment, and I just want us to, for the next 30 minutes, see whether we can let go of that addiction, that appendix, that third arm for a few moments, unless you want to take a nice photograph, for us really to think about the really long term. So I'm very happy, I'm very pleased to have seen His Excellency Khalfan's introduction of what will happen in the next year, and also challenging you, what you will be doing in the year until we see one another again. And so now we're going to shift the conversation into a much longer term. But it's also a way for us, as we get into this very long term, to think about how are we more present in the moment and how are we more in the now, understanding that there's a lot of challenges and opportunities to be addressed and to be seized. I would say, at the most elemental, we are a mass of atoms moving through time. So our existence is space moving through time. So we're really four-dimensional beings. And what's interesting, I'm sure you know, is that our genetic code is 60% identical to that of a banana. It's also about 60% identical to that of a fruit fly, and a fruit fly lives 50 days. But what's really important for us to realize, and I'm sure you have, as I have, that what we do matters more than what a banana does or what a fruit fly does. So we have responsibility. And to quote Marcus Aurelius, is what we do in life echoes in eternity. And of course, I was picked up in the film Gladiator. So what we do in life echoes in eternity. And so that is really why today we benefit from the art, the culture, the history, the knowledge that was passed down from previous generations, and that puts us on the spot for taking responsibility what we are going to do next. And that is what we're going to do in the next 25 or 30 minutes. The session here is about time, the perception of time, how it influences us, how it influences the arts, the culture, and it's also about, as a consequence of that understanding, about being totally deliberate. And so what I mean with that is we spend a lot of time going through motions, following our habits, picking up the phone, refreshing the election results, checking WhatsApp, checking social media, etc. We're not deliberate in that moment. But what we want to make sure is, through the conversation today, which is about the very long term, that we become far more deliberate about the kind of future that we produce and the kind of actions that we take today. So I'm really pleased to have two wonderful speakers and colleagues on stage with me this morning. On my far left, Anne-Beate Hovind. She is the Chair of Trustees of the Future Library, and in conversation I have found out as well that she hails from the construction industry. The reason I mention this is because there's an element of built environment in the work that she does, and she'll tell us more about this in a moment. But she also comes from a long line of farmers, and this will become important in our conversation. And next to me is Jonathan Keats, and he is, I will pause for a moment because you will not have met anyone like Jonathan before. He's an experimental philosopher. Okay, I'll let that sink in for a moment. I think also he is one of a kind. He is the only one who does not have a mobile phone. And this is really about being deliberate about the way we live and the kinds of decisions that we make. He's also, above and beyond the fact that he doesn't have a mobile phone, he's a fellow at the Berggren Institute, he's a principal philosopher at the Earth Law Center, and he is a fellow at the Long Now Foundation. Good. With this intro, let me just really hand over to both of you, please. Anne-Beate, Future Library. What is the concept and why does it matter?
Yeah. Okay, I'll try to make it short. Thank you for being here. It's amazing to see this big crowd. Future Library is an art project by Katie Patterson. She's Scottish. I'm Norwegian, and it all happens in Norway. So she had the crazy idea, and my job was to make it happen. It's good to come from the construction business, actually, when you think like that. So it's a 100-year lasting art project. We have planted a forest outside Oslo. Every year for 100 years, we are inviting an author to write a manuscript that will stay unpublished and unread until 2114 in a beautiful design room, which you have seen some images of, made out of the wood that we cut before we planted the new forest. And in 2114, it will all be published at the same time, but on paper made by the forest that is growing today.
What's the expectation?
The expectation, well, honestly, I think my expectation, I'll be dead by then, but the final result is not so interesting, honestly. I think what this project sparks of ideas and imagination, and it asking questions about how we're living, how we're thinking, about time, and a lot of other things too, nature. So I think that is my expectation is to be here, even. I feel fortunate.
We'll come back to the library. In the meantime, Jonathan, you do things like, again, stuff that people will probably not have heard. Like millennium photography, the millennium camera, the 100-year camera. Tell us a little bit more about the kind of experiments that you run for the very long term and to get people thinking about this.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me, and it's really delightful to be in this room. My background is in philosophy, and I fled academia because philosophy seemed too important for philosophers, at least in the academic sense. I really wanted to figure out how to do philosophy in public with everybody, and to do it in the most open-ended way, asking questions. And when I did this, I smuggled a few elements of philosophy with me, one of which is a very old one. It is the philosophical instrument. And the philosophical instrument is a way in which physically to grapple with ideas. And I started building various instruments to do this sort of work. And one that I started to, actually coincidentally, in 2014, which has a 100-year-long span to it, so 2114, mark your calendars, is going to be a banner year. I started to make cameras that have an exposure time of 100 years. And I initially did this in Berlin, which is a city that I was continually visiting and that I was finding every time that I came, it had been transformed yet again and was being transformed in ways that people who lived there didn't seem really to notice in a way that they were intentional about those changes. And so I thought, what if we were to have cameras that were surveillance cameras, but not surveillance where you're being watched over by your government or your neighbor, but instead surveillance where you're being watched over by those who are most affected by your actions, but least empowered as far as what you do, those not yet born. And so was born the project of making cameras that have an exposure time of 100 years, cameras that would be set out in the world, and we started out in Berlin with 100 of them, that are, in effect, a way in which people in the far future are able to see our actions, and that we are able potentially to see the consequences of our actions by imagining what that picture might be and by changing it to what we would want people to see. So 100 years is nice. 1,000 years, adding a zero seemed even better, and also seemed somehow potentially to enter into what I think is an even more important realm than that of urban planning, of gentrification, of the factors that I saw happening in Berlin, all of which are very important. But the environmental dimension of what it is to be human in the world today, with the leverage that we have to change this planet for an exceedingly long time, it seemed to me that that was a dialogue that we needed to have with those who will be affected by the decisions that we make right now. Those who are not one generation, but 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 generations ahead of us, who are not even a figment of our imagination. And so I started to make cameras and setting them in places around the world, ranging from Lake Tahoe in Northern California to the Austrian Alps, and putting them out there as a sort of a provocation, but also as a sort of a time machine by which we can travel to the far future in our imagination, but remain in the present, and can change conditions in the present in a way through a dialogue with the far future that results in a future that we would want people to experience.
I'd like to pick up on two words, or three words. One is what if, and the other one is imagination. I think both projects, Anna Beate, both projects are both streams of work and thought really promote those two aspects. The imagining a future, positioning ourselves in the future. How have you found that you're able to convince, so to speak, authors to deposit books in your library that will not be read by anyone of their peers, anyone in their current generation, but generations yet to come? How do you manage to convince them? Is it perhaps through that lens of imagining and imagining a different world?
Well, for now we have 11 authors from all over the world, and it's been 11 years. And what they have in common is actually not the future in itself, but opening up for a hopeful future. So helping people imagine the coming futures. And I think this is where art and culture becomes really crucial in our planning, because remember, I come from the construction business, so I'm just mentioning it again, to be aware that I really think art and culture is extremely important to train and make people skilled in imagination. Because if you can imagine a future, you can also create it, right? So I think this is, all the authors until now are focusing on hope for the future, and that's why they want to be part of it, to prove that in all the uncertainties we are facing, there is hope by trusting there will be people in 100 years. There will be books even in 100 years, not only digital books.
I think these projects of 100-Year Library or the Millennium Camera, and we spoke about this before, are akin to cathedral thinking. I don't know, are you guys familiar with cathedral thinking? Some should say yes, some say no. Just as an example, I looked it up. The dome in Milan took 579 years to build. And this is just one building. The Sagrada Familia in Spain is still being built after
Barcelona.
And so what is really unique about cathedral thinking is that the original architects who thought of the building at first went into that project knowing full well that they will never see it complete, number one, and number two, knowing full well that the technology that is required to complete that building does not yet exist, and yet they still went ahead. So it's a bit like the quote that we saw earlier on the screen, that the future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. Because if we started only from the point of view of can we execute it, can we actually build this stuff in the next 5 or 18 to 24 months, then we are constrained by what we have today. Your projects get us beyond that. And so I'm really keen to explore how that kind of thinking helps us now. Jonathan.
I think that if we are thinking about the problems of the moment, in the moment, with the context of the here and now, we are, in a sense, condemned to, or constrained at least, to think about those problems according to the constraints that brought them about, which in a sense can reify them, can only make them potentially more intractable. What is desperately needed is an outside perspective. And outside perspectives are myriad. History is one. Often if we look to the deep past, we find remarkable solutions in traditional ecological knowledge, for instance, to the problems we face today. But the future is also, I think, it has that quality, and perhaps even more so because it is indeterminate, because it is unbound by anything that we have experienced. So as a result, it is free range. It's a space we can enter into freely together in order to be able to contemplate and reflect on and to construct the present. And I think that the arts are particularly well suited to this work for a couple reasons. One of these reasons is to do with the fact that artists are without portfolio. There's a sense in which I've been able to go through life. You could say I'm a charlatan, I would probably agree, but at least as somebody who does not have any boundaries because there's no discipline I belong to. It's a state of being metadisciplinary. So I think that metadisciplinarity is something that the arts bring us. The other is materiality. The other is that the imagination is a remarkable space, but it's all that much more remarkable when we can be in a shared position as far as the act of imagining is concerned. That is one that we are co-creating. And I think that that happens through the fact that we have bodies. As you said, we're made of atoms. So this embodied self and those around us as people able to live in space and time and to make things and do things that are, in a sense, prototyping tomorrow. This is, I think, a way in which we can potentially be in the far future as far as our thinking is concerned, and yet somehow grounded or moored in the present.
Again, a couple of words. Prototyping, enter the space together, co-creating, and these are words that are very consistent with really these long-term projects, these practical utopias that we can imagine. What's been your experience with this collaborative approach that seems to be prevalent in long-term thoughts?
I think it's crucial. I think it wouldn't have happened unless we had collaborated transdisciplinary. And I think that's where the beauty in all the works are, actually. So for me, for instance, the artist has the idea, but I mentioned I had to make it happen. So I work with foresters. I work with the municipality in Oslo, which have signed a contract for 100 years. They've never done it before. And also, I come from a farm. I grew up on a farm. It's a very old farm, 14 generations. And even that knowledge I'm taking into this space. See, now I find myself in an urban context. I'm growing a forest. So I'm back in business on the farm. And I'm carrying a lot of immaterial knowledge that I thought was useless for many years, but I understand it's crucial, actually. And I really believe in practical utopias. I've done a lot of visionary work, done strategy processes, imagining visions. I'm not done with visions, but honestly, I love practical utopias because practical utopias are, for me, dreams within reach, right? So I can create them tomorrow. And I think young people that have a different time scale, understanding of time, they're too busy, you know, they want things to happen faster. I think to bring back the practical utopia thinking is very important for them to believe that they actually have influence in all the questions we are addressing.
Practical utopias speak to the sense that we can imagine something which lives in the future, which is visionary, it's a utopia out there, but it also needs to be very practical, it needs to be tangible, it needs to be something that, as you would say, Jonathan, is shovel-ready. So if you think about the long term, you've got to have something that is shovel-ready, otherwise it's just a thought exercise. How do you think about what can be learned from failure as we move through time into a very long, distant future?
Well, failure is really, I think, only possible, and I feel that failure is highly generative, so I speak of failure with great affection. I think that we need much more of it in ways that we are able to learn from it. But it's only possible when we are rubbing up against reality, because the imagination has a remarkable ability to take us always to a higher or at least another plane, always to correct for whatever seemed ultimately to be a dead end, in a way that it doesn't really have the ability to probe and to interact with the world in which we live. Something that you said earlier really, I think, resonates with me in terms of working with these foresters. Because I often work with bureaucrats of various kinds. Right now, I'm working with the legal department at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art as we try to figure out for a camera that will take 10 exposures over 10,000 years, the first movie camera that uses the technology that I've developed, that somehow needs to fit in with their practices, with their requirements. And this is funny, of course, or at least I find some comedic relief in it, but I think it's also a way in which to interrogate or to at least enter into conversation with the systems that we currently have and how those systems have affordances, how they have capacities that go beyond simply being able to cope with or contend with the present. And one other thing that I'll say briefly is that I think that in terms of the shovel-ready dimension, that this is, on the one hand, important because it gives grounding and therefore the capacity to do something that is potentially not the right thing to do before you've done it at scale, and therefore to learn from it and to figure out what in fact you need to be doing. That kind of failure is essential and only, I think, happens when you are working at ground level. But the other aspect of it that's important is that it's a little bit scary, a little bit frightening that it could happen, and it could happen at scale. It's imminent in a way that, while science fiction in the grand tradition is remarkable and beautiful and well worthwhile, there's something about the fact that this is a plan and it could come to pass, and we need to make decisions now that makes it so that we can actually come together as a community around these sorts of conversations.
It's really the decisions that have to be taken now, today. You're referring to decisions that really have a long time or term to play out. These are decisions for the future. I don't want anyone here to go away from this session to think that we are discussing in a very sort of ethereal and theoretical way the high importance of thinking about the next 100,000 years without really understanding or acknowledging that there are challenges and realities to be addressed today. How can we make that, how can we bridge that gap? How can we make sure that we don't fall into that fallacy of looking just into the very distant future without addressing what we need today?
But I'm so happy you're addressing that, because honestly, I'm worried. So I am extremely important about a sense of urgency. I think it's crucial to be, but I think you have to combine the sense of urgency, wanting things to happen, change to happen fast, with the long-term thinking. So I think, at least how I find why Future Library resonate with people all over the world, across borders and religion and ethnicities, I think it's because it's about basic human needs that we are in need of now. And I think this is, I think the long-term perspective is, what we need is cross-generational projects. Because I think when I grew up on a farm, my ancestors, they farmed for me, right? So we've been only 2 generations where we forgot about the long-term, not all of us, of course, but we kind of lost sense of long-term planning and cross-generational projects. So that's why I think it makes so much sense to both to really have this sense of urgency, but also to plan long-term in the future. Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
I fully agree. I think that triage only begets greater conditions for triage. I think that somehow we need to be able to escape the here and now, not as escapism, but as context, to be able to better orient ourselves in the here and now. And honestly, that is, I mentioned science fiction earlier, that is what science fiction in some of its earliest instances was seeking to do. It was in the same way that myth does, seeking to give us context by putting us elsewhere to be able to better make sense of the here and now. We need all of that, and I think that we need all of that in a way that is cognizant of the arts being not an entertainment, though it can be highly entertaining, not frivolous or extraneous, but essential, because it is in that act of making art, of creating and experiencing together, that life is given meaning and that we have the motivation to be able to act in the present and reason to do so. This is why we need to be here. And so we need to be working within that cultural sphere as well as everything else, and to recognize that culture is a technology and technology is a culture, and that all of this ultimately coheres in a state of being that is who we are as humans.
And can I add something? We've never met before, but we're so aligned. So for me, that's why I'm here. I think we're so exhausted from this short-termism that we lose track of where we are, and we need to take timeouts like this timeout here in Dubai to reflect on what we're doing, you know. So it's both this urgency, but then take timeouts so you can actually be able to reflect together with so many different people on what's going on.
Somehow cruelly, when you're discussing hundreds and thousands of years and you've got 15 seconds left on the ticker, you know you've got to wrap up this conversation. I think, well, I hope you have appreciated, like I have, the paradox that is resolved when you think about the very long term as a means to helping address the here and now and to being more in the moment is something that can be reconciled. I would also urge you, particularly the people who are on their phones, to, when you pick up your phone, when you go through the motions, ask yourselves, am I being, you know, the 60% of my DNA that is a banana and doesn't really have an impact on future generations? Or is there a way for me to think about this shovel-ready way of thinking about the future, the practical utopia? What is my utopia? What is my community's utopia? And how can we make that happen? So I'm very grateful to both of my speakers here, Anne Beate Behovind and Jonathan Keats. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية بعنوان: هل ستكون المناطق الأكثر جاهزية للمستقبل هي الوجهة المقبلة للمجتمعات؟ يقدمها دكتور باراغ كانا، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة ألفا جيو. Dear guests, a keynote titled Setting the Scene, Where is Humanity Going? By Dr. Parag Khanna, founder and CEO of Alpha Geo, is starting now.
So more to the right. Oh, okay. Ready? Good morning. It's such an honor to be here today. Everyone assembled in this auditorium knows what a privilege it is to gather in this monument, in this incredible testament to human ingenuity that has captivated the attention of the entire world. And I want to channel and harness the creativity that this building inspires in all of us to imagine what directions humanity may go in the decades ahead. And I want to do so through the prism of geography. Geography is literally the foundational canvas on which we build and construct our civilizational future. But it is not one inert, simple thing. It is a complex interplay of geographical layers. We have our natural geography of the environment and ecosystems. We have our political geography of nations and borders. And we have our functional geography of infrastructure and supply chains. And it is the complex interplay of all of these layers that produces the hyper-connected civilization that we experience today. When people ask, why is the world so complex? Why is it so unpredictable and uncertain? Why does everything seem to be accelerating? The answer is because that is how we have built it, because of all the connectivity that we have engineered onto our global geography. The feedback loops among our what used to be just national, local systems have become more and more rapid, propelling us into the uncharted territory of a complex future. And there's a big difference between prior historical eras that we could describe as merely complicated and today's world and tomorrow's world that we describe as complex. In a complex system, the past may not be a good guide to the future. There will be new directions, new tangents, emergent properties, novel formations, new directions in which our system goes that we have not anticipated before. And that is why a gathering like this is so special. Because you, we, the assembled futurists, have an opportunity to work together, to participate in wayfinding, in navigation, in experimentation, to try to decipher where the future may go in a world where, again, the past may not be the best guide to the future. So from layers of geography, let's understand how our systems, our human systems, our social systems, economic systems, are interacting in complex ways to produce the outcomes that we are going to experience and hopefully shape in a positive direction. No longer do we live in a simple world of bounded terrestrial societies alone, with limited political and economic integration and infrastructure, low levels of migration. We have built on top of that global value chains, connectivity of supply and demand among natural resources and commodities, industrial and consumer goods, and economic and financial interdependence. On top of that, we now have digital civilization. There's a great quote by Eric Schmidt, the former chairman of Google, who said, "The internet is the first thing that humanity has built that humanity doesn't understand." And what it has unleashed is horizontal forms of identity that transcend borders and create new collective agencies in the digital domain, stateless corporations, cloud-based companies who don't think about the world in terms of national markets, but rather between connected and unconnected peoples. And of course, all of that is built on an infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, AI infrastructure, the internet itself, which is not actually untethered from geography. In fact, it is a large consumer of the fundamental energy resources that power the rest of our civilization as well. Which brings us to another layer, of course, the biosphere, our planetary ecosystems, in which all of the collective activity from the other layers is leading to hothouse effects, chain reactions, and new directions in which climate is affecting our terrestrial societies. And that is how all of these layers interact, again, hurtling us, propelling us into uncharted territory, with some believing that all of this complexity is something we cannot harness, that our interventions are incapable of simplifying our systems, and we are being propelled towards civilizational collapse. A scary prospect, this interaction between geography and complexity. So where might all of this push us? Let's look at where we are, who we are, and where we might be going in this complex future. This is a map of today. This is the distribution of people around the world, our fundamental human geography, with brighter areas representing more dense concentrations of people. And the ovals are our megacity clusters. Over thousands of years, one of the irrevocable, I think, megatrends is urbanization. We continue to cluster and concentrate in cities, and those are no longer merely just dots on the map. They have become vast archipelagos. The United Arab Emirates is a very good example of this. from the more dispersed 7 emirates of the past, we now have infrastructure linking them ever more densely together. And that is happening around the world. And there's about 50 of these megacity clusters that we can identify globally. But are they just discrete, isolated cities? Of course not. They're deeply connected to each other. Let's layer the functional geography on top of the human geography, and let's soften the political geography. And what do we get? We get an image that shows us in a more perhaps accurate way how our civilization actually functions on a day-to-day level, which is that we are a network urban civilization, a connected civilization primarily built on these cities. And there is no nation, no country that can thrive, that can excel, that can be influential in the world without having great cities, one or more. That has always been true, and it is true today. We talk so much, or at least our headlines are dominated by notions of protectionism, xenophobia, fragmentation. Ask yourself, has the number of connections between cities, airlines, been going down? Is the number of internet cables connecting our economies and cities reducing? Are stock exchanges not trading bits and bytes? Of course not. Connectivity is going up. Cities think differently than the way we project onto countries. Can you even measure the value fully, accurately of a city like Dubai without taking into account all of its connections to other cities in the world? That applies to almost every city. It's most certainly true of the world's most connected city. And so, yes, it's complex. It's very hard to even calculate. Some people speak of quantum economics as they try to figure out the value of urban economies in relation to national economies in relation to the global economy. But one thing is for sure, we are continuing to invest in this connectivity, and we're continuing to be vested in this connectivity, and that makes this a collective enterprise. Now, let's turn to the who we are going to be in this global, connected, urban network civilization. There is another major inflection point that we are experiencing, and it has to do partially with issues like urbanization and modernization and people moving into cities and becoming wealthier, which is that the global fertility rate is declining. And so, unlike any previous generation, and certainly no period in time that anyone alive today can remember, the world population is not increasing the way it did over the past 100 years, from only 2 billion people in 1920 to the 8 billion people alive today. It is peaking and will probably, within the lifetimes of everyone here, begin, in fact, to level off and decline. We are not prepared for that world. No one alive today has experienced it or even heard stories from parents or grandparents about what a depopulating world could look like. It's something that we now have to grapple with and to try to divine what implications it has for our civilization. Now, what it looks like in terms of generational structure is also uncharted territory. Because whereas in the past, every generation has given birth to a generation larger than itself, that too has stopped happening. It's been particularly apparent over the past 20 years, since the global financial crisis, since COVID, and other phenomena along the way. And the result has been, if we look right now at the size of each demographic cohort, millennials, Generation Z, Generation Alpha. Generation Alpha is now predicted to be, and that's today's children, small children, toddlers, babies, will be smaller than Generation Z. So today's Generation Z, teenagers, young adults, are actually the largest generation that our species has ever produced and will ever produce. and it seems to be shrinking from there. But that doesn't mean that the world is aging, even though we have, due to longevity, a major theme of this event today, more people living longer. Most of the world population is actually still young. But if young people have lower fertility rates, then this generation of young people, millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha, are not only the largest generation of the present, they also represent the majority of the future. A colloquial way of putting it is that our children are not having children, or as many children, and therefore the present people are also the future's people. Again, unprecedented. How can we try to map out the future of human civilization and understand who we are, where we'll be, what we want, unless we take that fundamentally into account? So we've talked about the complex world we've created based on connectivity, the demographics of today, and entering the demographics of tomorrow. Now let's get back to how this maps onto geography, because yet one more unprecedented mega trend affecting all of us is climate change. So here what I've done is to layer the demographics, with red being the most densely populated areas, as you saw before, but you bring in what is known as the suitability index, the changes to the livability of a geography as global temperatures rise. And what you see is an alarming picture, of course. Areas that are red are not only densely populated, but are also heavily climate stressed, whereas green are areas that are already not very densely populated, but are actually becoming more livable as climate change accelerates. Now, this paints a very worrying picture, because of course you have most of that present and future population of young people alive today. The future of our species is primarily located in geographies that are increasingly climate stressed. And if we don't invest in adaptation to climate change, and in adaptation for our societies, economies, countries, nations, we will actually be accelerating that demographic demise of our own species. And so hence, when complex systems theorists warn about those chain reactions between our terrestrial systems, our value chains, our economies, our digital civilization, and our biosphere, there is a logical case to be made. Here again on this map, I didn't emphasize the borders. But in fact, that might be one of the gravest obstacles to the adaptation that we need to undertake. At the COP summit, both last year's COP summit that took place here and the current COP summit taking place in Baku, you don't hear nearly enough about adaptation. You don't see nearly enough capital being committed. You don't hear nearly enough talk about the implications for migration of climate volatility. And that's generally the case because, of course, when sovereign nations gather together, they are protective of one of the most sacred vestiges of sovereignty itself, which is protecting the movement, their borders, against the movement of people and controlling that movement of people. But address it we must in this landscape, in this gathering. Already today, despite sovereignty, despite borders, despite the rootedness of our political systems, we are experiencing mass migrations on a scale never before witnessed in history. If you look at the stock and the flow of populations within and across regions of the world, these are numbers that are all going up, 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 irrespective of the political dynamics that we tend to focus on in the short term in our headlines today. There have never been as many people moving from Latin America into North America, from Africa and the Arab world into Europe, from South and Southeast Asia into West Asia, into Europe, and into Central Asia. Unprecedented new vectors of directions and volumes of migration that have literally never been witnessed before. Again, complex systems give rise to emergent properties, to new dynamics that cannot be deciphered merely by looking at past patterns. But one thing is for sure, when we ask ourselves what happens at the intersection of all of this connectivity, all of this climate stress, the concentrations of young people in stressed geographies, the likely answer to the question as to the volume of migration and movement in the future is surely more. And what are people looking for as they move? Whether they are privileged and have the luxury of selecting where they go, or if they are being driven by geopolitical conflicts, by economic stress, or by climate change. They're looking for resilience. And perhaps the one-word answer, though it needs to be spelled out much more specifically, to how we cope with the complex world we have unleashed is by investing in resilience. We talk a lot about risk, whether it's climate risk or geopolitical risk. We talk much less about what resilience actually is. And what it is something that actually we can appreciate here in Dubai and in many other places in the world, though far too few, which is building the necessary infrastructures, having the policies to accommodate people, to provide a good quality of life, and to cope with the various shocks that we either can predict or can't predict that are unfolding across the world today. And I believe we have to measure it much better. It can be things like water desalination and flood protection measures and seawalls for climate. It can be, again, social policies like housing and education and healthcare. But investments in resilience are the ways in which we cope with shocks, domestic and foreign. And we can start to map those out. I've been traveling around the world looking for places that offer not only climate resilience, but also the right alignment of policies, of governance, of infrastructure, in order to offer the kind of resilience that people are looking for in a world on the move. And this is not an exhaustive list. It's not only places that are naturally occurring or appear to be green in a climate-stressed future. It's much more than that. It has to be about the preparedness of governance, of governments, of societies to cope with everything from technological disruption to geopolitical volatility and more. And for every star on this map, there are others that I haven't shown, but there's stories to how those places are coping and how those places are preparing for the future. And it's in global gatherings like this where we have to exchange those lessons about what resilience is, how to measure it, how to do it, how to invest in it and implement it. And you'll note that I highlight places that, again, are not only appearing to be climate resilient. Just look at this country, the UAE, places like Singapore, that are among the most adapted in climate proofing themselves. So let's look briefly at the kinds of places that we'll build as we reconstitute human civilization in the future, not just in places that we know, but in places whose populations are growing, in places where these changes are being implemented. How would we optimally design our settlements in this future that is so uncertain, so unknown, so volatile? They would indeed be different, because I hope that we've learned a lot from the best practices of today. And I think many of the sessions here at this conference today and tomorrow at this forum are going to focus on things like this. Improved infrastructure that can cope with climate shocks, community-oriented architecture, especially multi-generational, walkable communities, less dependent on automotive transport, more circular and sustainable practices around food, energy, and water provision, and of course, more robust connectivity for people and goods to move about in a collective fashion. All of those things. Ask yourself today, how many places, not only to serve the present world, the present generation, but the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generations on Earth, enjoy this optimal, this ideal archetype of how we design our built environment? Very few. We have a lot of work ahead of us, don't we? And so people will continue to migrate, to move, even to be collectively more nomadic than we have been in many, many centuries, in search of resilience in search of societies that are aligning all of these ingredients, putting together all of these components of a better settlement, of a better a world for ourselves. And as we do that, and as people migrate and blend, one of the other things that will continue to happen is that we will have this demographic fusion of different cultures, melting pots, places, of course, like Dubai. And so, one of the things that might be consistent across space and time is that great civilizations, great societies, are places that are welcoming to people from all walks of life, from all corners of the world. Because it is the great societies of today and the great cities of today and tomorrow that are melting pots, that harness people from everywhere, the talents that they bring to the table. Dubai, again, is unique in the world in terms of the number of people who come from other countries. There's never been a place with this many non-local residents. And yet, that is very much a role model, a template for the future, despite today's politics in many other places. And so I leave you with this thought. I presented several layers of geography: the natural, the political, the functional, and the human. Let's put them all together. And when we do, it creates an image like this, one that is really reflective of how our civilization operates, the world we have built, the complexity that we have unleashed, all of the feedback loops amongst these layers of geography. And as indecipherable as it may seem, it's also an invitation and a reminder that we are in the driver's seat. We choose what to build, where to build, how to build. And when we do, we are reprogramming our geography. Today, it is not optimal. The geography of where people are, where resources are, where infrastructure is not ideal for the future world. It's up to us to make the investments that are going to lead to a new map of the future. And so I challenge you all to think about what your role in that is going to be. Are you going to be the ones who develop the ideas, who design and deploy the technologies, and deliver them to the people where they are needed? Or will you be involved in moving the people from where they are to where the resources and technologies are that are going to lead to a better civilization, a better outcome for all of us? That is the challenge we all face. And that is what applied futurism looks like, that all of you are active participants in. So I want to thank you for having me here this morning, and I wish you all the best for the forum ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، استراحة لمدة 25 دقيقة، تبدأ بعدها جلساتنا الحوارية حسب محاور المنتدى في تمام الساعة 11:40 صباحاً. يرجى الاطلاع على الأجندة للمزيد من التفاصيل. شكراً لكم. Ladies and gentlemen, a 25-minute break starts now. Our sessions will start at 11:40 a.m. Please check the forum's agenda for more details. Thank you.
The threat for us as humanity is our inability to shift the status quo. Everything that's happening is occurring because of our actions.
I wish we could agree what are the biggest challenges that humanity should work on and collaborate on, but even that is really not happening in our world.
The world is growing at so many challenges that have one answer when it comes to solving for them. It's collaboration and unity and working jointly together.
If we start at the community and we work there, we connect people and we connect ideas, so much can happen that will solve these challenges.
I think it's critical to bring together not just different experts, but people from different backgrounds and diverse schools of thought so that we can all come together and build the solutions for the future with everyone in mind.
We need global disruptors, and we need to have global action hubs centered around value, not just financial value, but human value.
It is very challenging to have such a discussion from people who have such different backgrounds. It's very difficult, but we must do it.
We're all futurists. We've all had this idea of looking forward to the next thing. Historically, that's how we have evolved as humanity.
If you think about the future positively and understand that challenges will come, but build opportunities for them, then you can definitely change the future.
You can't be a futurist without hope that we can turn things around, because that's ultimately your role, is to help to drive a positive vision that drives change.
It's not enough to hope for a better future. Realistic hope is always in action. And the challenge we have is, how do we mobilize agency now, everywhere?
If we want to be positive about the future, if we want to create the future in the right way, we need to bring everyone with us.
The threat for us as humanity is our inability to shift the status quo. Everything that's happening is occurring because of our actions.
I wish we could agree what are the biggest challenges that humanity should work on and collaborate on, but even that is really not happening in our world.
The world is growing. There are so many challenges that have one answer when it comes to solving for them. It's collaboration and unity and working jointly together.
If we start at the community and we work there, we connect people and we connect ideas, so much can happen that will solve these challenges.
I think it's critical to bring together not just different experts, but people from different backgrounds and diverse schools of thought so that we can all come together and build the solutions for the future with everyone in mind.
We need global disruptors, and we need to have global action hubs centered around value, not just financial value, but human value.
It is very challenging to have such a discussion from people who have such different backgrounds. It's very difficult, but we must do it.
We're all futurists. We've all had this idea of looking forward to the next thing. Historically, that's how we have evolved as humanity.
If you think about the future positively and understand that challenges will come, but build opportunities for them, then you can definitely change the future.
You can't be a futurist without hope that we can turn things around, because that's ultimately your role, is to help to drive a positive vision that drives change.
It's not enough to hope for a better future. Realistic hope is always in action. And the challenge we have is, how do we mobilize agency now, everywhere?
If we want to be positive about the future, if we want to create the future in the right way, we need to bring everyone with us.
The threat for us as humanity is our inability to shift the status quo. Everything that's happening is occurring because of our actions.
I wish we could agree what are the biggest challenges that humanity should work on and collaborate on, but even that is really not happening in our world.
The world is throwing at us so many challenges that have one answer when it comes to solving for them. It's collaboration and unity and working jointly together.
If we start at the community and we work there, we connect people and we connect ideas, so much can happen that will solve these challenges.
I think it's critical to bring together not just different experts, but people from different backgrounds and diverse schools of thought so that we can all come together and build the solutions for the future with everyone in mind.
We need global disruptors, and we need to have global action hubs centered around value, not just financial value, but human value.
It is very challenging to have such a discussion from people who have such different backgrounds. It's very difficult, but we must do it.
We're all futurists. We've all had this idea of looking forward to the next thing. Historically, that's how we have evolved as humanity.
If you think about the future positively and understand that challenges will come, but build opportunities for them, then you can definitely change the future.
You can't be a futurist without hope that we can turn things around, because that's ultimately your role, is to help to drive a positive vision that drives change.
It's not enough to hope for a better future. Realistic hope is always in action. And the challenge we have is, how do we mobilize agency now, everywhere?
If we want to be positive about the future, if we want to create the future in the right way, we need to bring everyone with us.
Test.
All right, everyone, if I can welcome you all to this first panel here in the auditorium. I think we still have some folks streaming in from the coffee break, but we'll try and make a start, because the future waits for no one, right? So we want to make sure that there's at least some element of punctuality in getting this going. Welcome to this panel. We're very excited about the topic that we're going to explore today. My name is Aaron Maniam. I am currently a Fellow of Practice at the Blavatnik School of Government at Oxford University, where I teach on both technology and futures. Previously, I was a civil servant in Singapore working on a range of issues, but the best job I did, I think, was working on how to do good long-term planning at what we now call the Center for Strategic Futures. I've been very used to dealing with futures at the national governmental level. And in conversations with some of the organizers here at the Dubai Futures Foundation, we were thinking about how we look at where futures is being done in more unexpected places. And one idea that we cottoned on to was, what happens when you look at futures beyond the national? What happens when you look at what's going on in Foresight at the multilateral or the global level, but also at the hyper-local level? And that's what today's panel is going to be about. I am so pleased to be able to welcome three wonderful speakers, all doing really interesting experiments and innovations with futures at many levels beyond the national. Antonio Mazzeo, immediately to my left, is president of the Regional Council of Tuscany, thinking a lot about the future of his region within Italy. Zainab Kakal works at the UNDP Pacific offices, thinking about how we take futures into the regional. And Kenneth Nassar, with the UNESCO Most Bridges Coalition, is thinking about how we bring futures deep into local government and also local communities. So we're in for a real treat, I think, as we think about how exactly we push the boundaries of futuring here. And what I've done with each of our speakers is I've asked them to, we'll dispense with long introductions. You've all got their bios online. But what we will do is I've asked them to give us a short introduction, just 2 to 3 minutes or so, of their favorite story where futures is being applied in their work. So, Antonio, if you don't mind, let's start with you on this. Tell us a bit about what's going on in Tuscany, and then we'll work our way down the panel.
Buongiorno, salam alaikum. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, it's a great pleasure for me. It's a pleasure to show and to explain about our new experiment and how I use it Foresight for Tuscany. All of you know Tuscany as a land rich of art, history, culture, beauty, but Tuscany is also a land, a big innovation. I just named two, Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo Galilei, but also other people that changed the world. And so at the start of this legislature, with our colleagues that are here with mine, we decided to think, how will be the Tuscany in 25 years? And so we gave ourselves a challenge to continue with our historical idea, but also in Europe. This is not simple, but this is our goal. And so to those this, we launched a big project. The name of the project is Tuscany 2050. And in this project, we'll not try and guess will happen in the next 25 years, but we will base about our experience how Tuscany will organize our job, our idea. So we anticipate the hopes, the needs, the expectation of the young people. You know that the future, we will have a future, and this future is not the same. We have to choose what is the desirable future for us. And so to choose what is the right way, we organize our job in 3 times. The first one, with 15 highly representative people of our region. I don't know, very different, urban planners, doctors, scientists, architects, professor. There is here the coordinator of this group, that is the Professor Paolo Dario, is here with me. But also, on the other end, we organize our job and we meet a lot of young people. You saw a very different view of the world from this important group of highly representative people and the haze of the young people. They are digital natives and they have another point of view on the world. And the last one, we asked to artificial intelligence how artificial intelligence will see the Tuscany through its eyes, the future of our community. And so we make a video, and now I want to show you what is the point of view of intelligence artificial.
Welcome to the Tuscany of 2050, a land that lives in harmony with its glorious past, its history and roots, which looks with ambition and hope to the future. We need to rethink how our cities will satisfy people's lives and allow them to live in an ecological way, respecting the environment in a new world with clean and renewable energy. Agriculture has become a model of sustainability. Our traditions are mixed with innovation, creating a diverse ecosystem in which people can flourish. Crops are managed using techniques that preserve biodiversity, ensuring fresh and healthy produce. Our communities are united with a shared vision, a future in which social and environmental well-being is central to our lives. More efficient and faster transport systems that are safer and accessible for all. In Tuscany 2050, we will celebrate our rich history, our art, our culture, while embracing change. With every step we make, it's a step to a better future where the beauty of our land remains intact. Come with us on this journey to the future. We will make it together, we will build it together, and we will live in it together.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio. You know you're in for a treat when Leonardo da Vinci and AI all in the first 3 minutes of a panel, right? So we're in good shape for today. Zainab, no pressure on you, of course, but tell us a bit about what's going on in the Pacific region, particularly given your work with the UNDP.
Thanks, Aaron, and thank you everyone for choosing to be here and allowing us to contribute. So as Aaron was saying, I work with one of the UN agencies, UN Development Program, and I'm based out of Fiji, where I've lived for the last 5 years. And it's very confusing for me to dress up in this weather because I'm hot and cold at the same time. Having said that, so I want to share a story from the country of Vanuatu. For those of you who do not know where that is a small island nation in the South Pacific. And this story comes from around 2021, 2022. We were working with the ministry on one of their 5-year strategies, as you would do. And this is, again, in my role, I support a lot of these countries on their foresight journeys. So this is one of the times where we have detractors, we have skeptics, and all kinds of people that you deal with. So this is exactly that space. And within that space, we were doing 2 things. One, that we were doing a lot of collaborative consultations in the spirit of doing participatory inclusive work, which is extremely critical if you want to do foresight at a national level. And one of the things that emerged out of that process was when we were describing the methodology that we wanted to use, we had our government counterparts say, that sounds very similar to the Nasara concept. So Nasara is a concept from Vanuatu, which is 400 years old. It's a traditional governance system in which you essentially do consensus building with everyone together. And for me, the huge takeaway from that was that very often, especially I wear an innovation hat sometimes, and very often the things that we are speaking to people with a lens of the new is very often grounded in something that's real for people already. And we very often in the world of foresight talk about how do we land this in the context. And this is a classic case of ownership in a different kind of way. I think the other thing that I'd like to share with this example alone was we worked with 4 directors on key concepts in their ministries, right? So data security, decentralization, labor mobility. These are key issues for the country of Vanuatu. And each director was working on a foresight brief. And as always, when you do this kind of scanning process, a bunch of wild cards come up, right? So one of the wild cards was that, okay, we'll have twin cyclones, one cyclone after the other, which essentially means that you have 0 time for recovery. So you've had a cyclone, zero recovery, then you have another one. And then they said, oh, one of the other things that was another wild card was that we'll have a security hack and all the government systems will be down. And orderly, as we always do with wild cards, we pay attention to them on the side. But in this case, everything they thought would happen happened in the next 6 months. So within a month and a half, they had 2 cyclones and a data hack, which brought down the entire country for 1 week. So you couldn't get passports, you couldn't get, basically couldn't get anything done. And I think that this story for me also speaks a lot about the importance of wildcards, especially when we think about, that's not possible. And I think it also goes back to why it's important to be ambitious, just like Antonio was saying with what Tuscany is thinking about, or even in the morning when our panelists were talking about not being restrained by our imagination, not only in terms of possibilities, but also in terms of risks. So maybe I'll stop there, and Aaron, back to you.
Great, Zainab, thank you so much. And I was very struck by your story about how everything happened in 6 months, right? Even though you thought that it might take a much longer time. There's a great line from Antony and Cleopatra, the Shakespeare play, "Nature wants strange forms to vie with fancy. Reality also wants strange forms to vie with fancy," because sometimes reality can't quite keep up, or rather reality bites us, right, in the back when we think we've got it all figured out, which is exactly why processes like Foresight, right, and the kind of reperceiving that it allows becomes so critical. Ken, let's come to you now. Tell us a bit about what you do in Cameroon and what your favorite example is, of hyper-local futures.
Yeah, so I wear many caps. I hope they may come through as I speak. But most recently, I've been doing some work on the futures of the Congo Basin, which is the second largest tropical rainforest in the world, but actually the highest carbon sink now. So it's second in size after the Amazon, but it's first in capacity to sequestrate carbon now. So with support from SWAF and the University of Cologne, I've been doing some work on the futures of that Congo Basin. And within that, so we've been working across a number of thematics, but there is one that really stands out to me, perhaps because also of my circumstances of birth, which is that we worked not only maybe on the futures of agriculture, the futures of security and minerals and wars and etc., but there was something that was touching me more personally, something we call royal animals. In Cameroon, royal animals would be, for example, not all of Cameroon anyway, because Cameroon is a very diversified country with about 300 sub-nationalities, one would say. So, and we have some of them are quite centralized, powerful kingdoms, like the one where I come from, pre-date colonization. So these animals like lions, tigers, elephants, cowries, etc., are used by royalty for different purposes. For example, in the past, this thing that I'm wearing, so some of this would be made with the teeth of maybe tigers and lions. And then also the kings would sit and put their feet on the skin of lions and tigers to signify their power. Or we use feathers from a bird, we call it the Bannerman's tobacco. We use the red feather to give epaulets, to give ranks to people and titles. We use the porcupine. But these animals are all critically endangered, and most of them are on the red list of the IUCN. And even within a local environmental protection laws in Cameroon, you're not supposed to catch them. But however, in these communities that I come from, and I'm royalty in my own community, if you catch this animal and you bring it to the palace, you are awarded a title. So, and then it was so difficult because it's so difficult to talk about such a topic, especially from outside. It would look like you are attacking a long-standing institution. So what I did is that then I brought in some of the kings in my community, in that part of Cameroon where I come from, through the Northwest Regional House of Kings. So I brought in these kings together with other participants, and we were able to collectively imagine what would be the futures of the and the cultures that they are custodians of if these animals go completely extinct. So how do we strike a balance between keeping the traditions alive but also protecting this critical biodiversity? And it was very, very amazing. It was mind-blowing, the contributions that came out in the room, but also from the kings themselves, including then what we did is that at the end of the session, then we drafted a series of recommendations. And then with these recommendations are going to be forwarded to the environmental protection ministries in the country and will also be published. But what I like about it is that then now that there is buy-in from the kings, automatically the populations are definitely going to buy in from there, because very often in these local settings, in these local indigenous settings, people respect the laws of the indigenous laws more than they respect the laws of the state. So that means that we are in a good direction with this kind of work. And also, even just to prove that they were so satisfied, the kings, they made me their ministerial ambassador. So they called me Khum Tum Foing, which means a kind of a minister and royal messenger.
Very interesting. You know what's very striking about what all three of you have talked about is the importance of history, actually, right? I mean, this is a panel and a whole forum on the future, but so much of what you're describing is actually what we can learn from the past, right? Ancient practices, tribal wisdoms, indigenous practice. Zainab's actually doing a workshop on Thursday morning on indigenous futures, so shout out for that. If you haven't signed up, that is a mistake. I would strongly suggest going to do that. Apologies to the organizers if now it is utterly overcrowded on Thursday. But it's worth thinking about, right? Because there's something different here that we may not always be able to take from when we take very macro or very national perspectives. So this leads to a question I was going to pose to all of you now, which is, how is your work actually different from the foresight that many of us are more familiar with? Foresight that either takes place in national or city-level governments, or foresight in the boardroom, right? The last time I was sitting on this stage, we were actually talking about foresight in the boardroom, so shout out to, I know who's here. But tell us a bit about how your work is different from that. Maybe, Zainab, we can start with you on this one and work our way down.
For those of you who are not familiar with the Pacific, right? When I say Pacific, what does that actually mean? So if you have a globe and you turn it around, the half of the globe, right? And we're used to seeing a map with which is Eurocentric. Look at it, if you grew up in Australia or Japan, you'd see a completely different map, right? And that's the Pacific. And when you basically throw a stone in any direction and ask people what does that actually mean, for a lot of people that includes New Zealand and Australia. For some people that includes Papua New Guinea and Timor-Leste. For some people they would say, oh, that's like Northern Pacific, Southern Pacific. Some people would say it's Melanesia, Micronesia, Polynesia. So it depends on how you slice and dice a region. You're also slicing and dicing like colonial histories, geopolitical tensions. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is that a lot of my work is centered around thinking about the Pacific region. And in this case, I think when we're doing foresight work, you need a unifying identity. But you need a unifying identity which can also hold the diversity. So you don't want to unify in a reductive way. You want to unify in a way that actually allows people to see themselves in it. And that's a huge, I think it's an experiment in framing. And one of the things that emerging concept in the Pacific is that of a Pacific household. So very often we talk about the Pacific family. And in the Pacific family, there is a Pacific household. And that household is very unique. Like each one of us, we come from a different household and it's unique. But I think together we make the Pacific family. And that's sort of, and the reason I'm sharing that is because I think that framing makes such a huge difference. Because you could do things at the regional level or like hyper-local level, or even at like half the globe level, but for people to see themselves in is extremely important. And the Pacific household is one example of how that is possible, especially because people in this time, I think we all need to not only see ourselves in it, but also our future generations. People need to be able to see themselves in it, otherwise it's fiction.
No, thank you for that, Zainab. You talked about this issue of your family, household, and what you're getting at there really is the underlying metaphor, right, for what and how we define ourselves. Yeah. What is it we're using there? And the next panel will be all about learning from global practice, moderated by Sohail Inayatullah, who actually developed the whole notion of causal layered analysis, the underpinning of which is the metaphor that we use. And I think those metaphors are actually critical, right? Because if we change our metaphors for the future, all sorts of new ways of seeing start to emerge. Even a family, a family can be a very functional metaphor, or it can be a site of intrigue and deception and not always desirable qualities. So I think the more we push ourselves here and our metaphors change, the better our conception of the future becomes. Ken, metaphors matter to you as well, given that you're a creative writer and poet. Ken made the mistake of telling me this when we did our kind of preparatory call earlier. But tell us how your metaphors are working then, and how your work is different from other kind of levels of foresight.
So let me start with a metaphor that I would call the rhizomatic. I think my approach is more rhizomatic. I'm borrowing this from eco-criticism, one of the fields in which I work, because I take a whole of society, a whole of government, and a whole of community or community-based whole of society approach to the way that I do foresight, and also because of the different affiliations that I bear, whether it is the work that we do in SWAV and Bridges to support the implementation. First of all, we were supporting the drafting of the declaration, and now that we have the declaration, we are working towards supporting the implementation of the declaration of future generations. And I'm also the chair of a new commission in my community that in the Kingdom of Mbesa that has been created for future generations and sustainability. So whether you take that dimension or you take the dimension of the Congo Basin work, in general, what is very clear is that the work is work that straddles a lot of borders, whether they are linguistic, geographical, cultural boundaries. For example, issues around sustainable development, around climate change mitigation in the Congo Basin covers about 6 countries. Okay, now, and most of these issues are issues that don't respect national boundaries. So there is no way you can walk around these issues without crossing these. So most of the boundaries that we really talk about, whether they are corporate boundaries or they are national boundaries, are actually just human artificial inventions that don't exist in reality. Because biodiversity, when it is crossing from Gabon to Cameroon, it doesn't care. It doesn't need to have a passport or an ID card. So the same thing happens if you pollute air in Cameroon and it wants to cross into the Republic of Chad, it doesn't have to stop by and hear what the security are saying. So it's important to have this global approach to the foresight work that all of us do, especially if we are working around issues like climate change, around issues like biodiversity, and also future generations.
Brilliant. Right. So global and rhizomatic. I think that's one of those we can take, as a metaphor for where we go next. The horizontal connections, right, that we get to play with. Antonio, tell us a bit about your work and how that varies from other forms of foresight.
Thank you. We use a different model because we want to base it on our people, not traditional or mathematical models, but we start from our people, and they ask to think the future about her ace. And so we give a big word that is well-being. We start this project, think that in the future, Tuscany will be the land of well-being. And so they asked, what do you think? In which way we can change? And asked them to think about what change would be needed to reach this objective from different perspectives. I don't know. I say, how will our city change? How will our culture change? How will our healthcare change? And so you imagine that we have a lot of very interesting feedback. I make only, for the time, 3 or 4 examples. First one, everyone knows our wonderful Tuscan wines. But I think that nobody knows that if you want the same wine, we have to change the production. We have to change in higher altitudes because climatic change, also in Tuscany, it's very impacted. Yeah. In the second one, I think the city that are on coast of the Tuscany, the rise levels of the sea now change the city, and also the urban planner have to think other city near the coast of Italy. Or we have a big problem in Europe, but also in Tuscany, that is demographic law. What's happened? Now we have 24% of people that are more than 65 years In 2050, we will have 35% of people that are more than 65 years, and we have 10% less population than now, and it will be a great problem. So we asked how artificial intelligence can reverse demographics in this. And the last one, healthcare, that for us it's very important. How we will personalize medicine based on DNA. We were studying about it. I think that we will change because in the future, the cost of medicine will be double in 2015 than now. This is the model that we used, and now we have a lot of very interesting answers to our question that change also the political vision of the next year. It's not simple because politics and politicians think to brief period. In Europe and in Tuscany, in brief period. This is a change of mind, very important. It was not simple, but now we start another life from Tuscany, I'm sure.
And that's hard to do, right? Because moving people out of the incentives of the timeframes that they deal with is never a simple one to operate. So thank you very much for that reminder. I wanted to probe all three of you on one last thing. In the previous panel, which Patrick moderated, they talked a little bit about metadisciplinarity, right? The idea of how much we need to learn from multiple domains, multiple themes, multiple sets of issues. And it strikes me in all of your descriptions that you all have to be quite voracious learners. You have to be magpies and collect lots of different things, bring the ideas together, and see how they translate into interesting futures. Where are you getting your deepest learning at the moment? You've all talked about history, you've talked a little bit about literature, you've talked about tribal cultures, but where are you getting your deepest insights at the moment in terms of particular disciplines? I think a group like ours especially will be interested to learn where you are going to for your learning. And maybe on this one, we can start with Antonio again.
Okay, but as you know, Tuscany is a land of poetry, inventors, engineers. Is a land in which this different point of view is still used also now. For us, it's very important to have a different point of view when we decide. When we involve the 15 highly representative person of Tuscany, we chose different point of view. A doctor, a chef, urban planner, a scientist, and this different point of view are a melting pot. They move together and they give a different point of view. But for us, I said before that the key of our project are new generation. I was born in the south of Italy, not in Tuscany. I came in Tuscany for study in 1996, and we had no smartphone in 1996. We have no fast internet connection. I speak with my parents not every day, but now we are connected with the world. So 1996 from now are 27 years. It's the same time from now to 2050. And so for us, it's important that people that are involved, their point of view very different, because only if you have point of view very different, you can organize a future, a better future from people. I won't take only an example. I went to the school to meet younger people, and when I asked what is the future, if you speak with the people of the primary school, you have a very different answer if you speak with the people of the secondary school. They have an idea of the world that is very, very different, and they saw the change of the world in a different point of view. And it's one of the best experiments that I have in my political activity, because they are more than us. This is very, very interesting. And I hope that you try to make the same one, because you come back at home with a great answer.
I would definitely agree with that, actually. The best workshops I've ever done in futures have always been with kids either in primary school or lower secondary, like 13 or 14. They have the most elastic imaginations, and they can see all sorts of different possibilities. So thank you for that reminder, to talk to young people as a source of innovation. Zainab?
I'm tempted, it's interesting that I go next because I'm tempted to say that talk to your grandmoms.
It's fine. We like disagreement on panels. This is great. Yep.
I think when I think about the different disciplines that inspire me, I think my personal interest also in Foresight is that my own imagination of who I could be. And I think even that sometimes is hard. I don't know about you. Maybe you guys are really good at it. But I would struggle because I have restraints on my own imagination. And of course, that has repercussions on my own practice because I should be able to serve the governments that I work with in a better way. I think it's also like a switch on, switch off button a little bit. And my button switched on 5 years back. And since then, I see it everywhere. So if I'm investing, I think about compounding. And I was like, okay, that's what Foresight work is like. It actually compounds. And then if I'm like reading a biography, it suddenly tells me a little bit about, okay, what's happening now with cell phones and young kids is maybe not different from what happened with TV and young kids then. And I just like, and I think there's so much to learn from everywhere. Like I got my driving license, for instance, 20 years back, and it doesn't expire till 2047. Yeah, and isn't that incredible? Yeah, I mean, someone's like sitting in Bombay, in India, you know, stamping something, it says 2047. To me, that's incredible. That's incredible. And so I just feel like there's just so many lessons to learn everywhere. I think like discussions like this and forums like this open that. I think in the morning session where someone talked about window versus mirror, right? And the difference between window and mirror is just silver, and I think it's just about silvering. Everything can get you there, and that's the beauty of it.
The question I find myself asking is, will you even need driver's licenses in 2047? Right? Or should we be giving licenses to some kind of artificial intelligence at that point? Ken, where are you learning from?
Yeah, as Zedat rightly said, I think there is so much to learn from everywhere. And in my case, I believe that my work is very transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. Given my background in language and literary studies and teaching. But I think I want to stick to two things here. I draw the most of inspiration, I would say, or I find great synergies, I could also say it that way, between literary creativity and foresight, especially in the African context where we have evidence or we have a long track record of using literature for mobilization, whether it is theater for development, whether it is spoken poetry, whether it is the Chinua Achebes and the Ngugi wa Thiong'os or the Chimamandas who are writing to reclaim or defend their African identities. So I think there is this synergy between foresight and these kinds of literary traditions of mobilizing the arts and creativity for sensitization, because in some contexts it works with maybe doing foresight work and then drafting policy briefs and handing them over to politicians. But if we want to empower communities, then we need to look for playful ways of engaging them. And I think that is where literature is so powerful and also helpful in the sense of creating artifacts from the future and making it more concrete and relatable. The last one I would also highlight is the learnings from my indigenous Mbasa culture. For instance, in my culture, the past is actually, the future is in my back. So I'm facing my past and giving my back to the future. So if I were to give the word, if I say Anenkensambi, when I say Anenkensambi, that actually means before in the past, but Mbi means in front of me. So it means that the past is very knowable and the future is quite unknowable. So that prepares me for uncertainties of the future. And it also gives me concepts like Ewok, because Ewok is a concept about precaution. What are the limits to creativity? What are the limits to imagination? Because when we imagine what should not be imagined, do we really think it was good to have imagined making the atomic bomb? I will leave it there.
That was a masterclass in futuring right there, you know. Pose the question and then leave the group to figure out what it needs to do. So thank you very much, Ken. No, that was really thought-provoking. And I want to just push us a little bit more now, because You know, I was chatting with some friends over breakfast, so shout out to the three of you who will remain unnamed to protect the guilty. But we were all agreed that, often at these types of events, we talk a lot about the successes, but not enough about what goes wrong and what the failures are that require us to be vulnerable and humble and continually open to learning. So I'm going to ask the three of you now, when have you failed, right? And what did you learn from that experience in doing Foresight at whatever level that you're working on? Ken, maybe we can start with you on this one, and then we'll work our way back.
I think my work is relatively new. A lot of you here have more experience in Foresight per se than me. So I think that one of my greatest, because it's not too early for me to evaluate the failures, I would say, but I think one of the failures, or I really feel deeply disappointed that my physical workshops on the Congo Basin have taken place in only one of 6 countries. And I feel that that is not enough. That is very insignificant, because then, although, that's Central Africa, that's Sub-Saharan Africa, but there are contextual differences and insights that would be more helpful to draw upon. And sometimes, given limitations in terms of internet access, in terms of erratic energy supply or cuts of electricity, then the online method, because I do mixed methods, online workshops, but also on-the-ground workshops, quite often the online workshops don't really work for the population that I'm targeting in the Congo Basin country. So that I think I would limit myself to this more or less for now in terms of failures or what I feel disappointed about.
Yeah. And failures are just the flip side of learning, right? So really what I'm asking you here is, when have you learned from that and managed to do some constructive flipping, I guess, of the whole experience?
Yeah.
Zainab, did you want to add?
I just wanted to quickly add that immediately I was doing online workshops, I realized this handicap, and I had preempted it. And that is why I then had to mobilize additional funding to be able to do the on-the-ground workshops that I did in Cameroon.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so just remembering the online versus in-person sort of dynamics and how that works. Great. Zainab.
I think we, in our Foresight practice, we are pretty much failing on a daily basis. And I think the way we think about it is like failing up or failing forward. So I want to be, my aim, and I have someone from my team here, Marissa, and my aim, she knows that, is that I want to be humbled on a daily basis. Because I think this entire practice is about coming at it with curiosity and coming at it with learning. And I think particularly I'll talk about one, I mean, when I was sharing this story of Vanuatu as well, it's not particularly a story of, it's not a story I would share often because it is a story of learning. But even in this case, I think very often we do futuring work or visioning work, and it's very nice to stretch our time horizons. And I've seen some things go very, very wrong with that as well, especially because as intelligent people, we have a great sort of like there's something about intelligent, smart people and doomsday and despair. Like they just like attract each other. So like how do you actually instill pragmatic optimism in our thinking? And when we're talking to small island nations about 2075, when some of them may or may not exist in their current form, what would that inquiry then look like? I mean, we can't go into it thinking that, okay, so what will, let's do personas. So yeah, I think literally all of this is learning. And I think going back to what Nisa was talking about is that one of my biggest learnings has been that while we use the best of what is Foresight practice, as we understand as practitioners, we have to put that together with what is local methods of research. Or how people do data collection, what is reciprocity in terms of working with people, what kind of responsibilities from an ethics perspective we have towards them. And then we have to do another layer of actually adding a component on what is perhaps indigenous wisdom and knowledge, what are practices, concepts that are already used, because I think there's so much, just like Nisa was saying, in the Pacific as well, talking about time is a bit silly. Like, I mean, I'm from the outside, I'm from India, right? People look at me and like, they'll maybe laugh a little bit, not on my face because they're nice, but they are later. And they do that because the concept of time isn't linear. So then it goes back to essentially the future is in the past and same concepts. And and I think the only way to, I think the way is to navigate different methods, tools, etc., to arrive at something that, in a way, superimposes all these layers into something genuinely useful.
Great. No, thank you very much, Zainab. What you described actually suggests to me that actually all foresight in the first iteration must fail, right? Because if you do it well, and if you are truly poking and prodding at a system and having it revisit its assumptions and deeply held views, then you're bound to have some kind of violent reaction. Well, hopefully not violent in the physical sense, right? But a strong reaction from a group. And so maybe if the opposite of love is not hatred but indifference, then we want all our initial drafts to invite some strong reactions, to have some element of failure, so that we can learn and iterate and move along from there. Something for us to think about, I guess, as we all go about refining our practice. Antonio.
Aaron, thanks for this question, because I am an engineer. I was a start-upper in my first life. Before then, I became a politician, and I know how it's hard to achieve our dreams. I say to the young people that I meet that they have not failure for a failure. Failure is a defeat to an opportunity. For me, is an idea to change the world. When I come to the school, I say to young people to be curious, always curious, and don't accept that things are as they are now. This is the first thing that I say to people and to young people that I meet. And I say, do everything you can to realize your dreams and your ambition. But if I think to my sector, to politicians, I say that everyone will have to a vision. And sometimes not so, and people have not a vision of the future. So when you have a vision, you can drive also the solution for your people. If you had not a vision, it will be a great problem. So curious and vision, that are the two big words that I want to share with you, because you can organize a better future only if you be curious and you have a vision.
Very cool. Thank you very much, Antonio, for that. And I'm glad that you talked about young people there in particular, because the organizer has asked all of us moderators to pick one of two questions to end off each of our panels. And the one that I picked for this panel is really about the next generation, right? It's about young people. What is your top piece of advice to the next generation of futurists? The ones who might be around in 2047 and not need driver's licenses, right, at that point. What would be the top piece of advice? And if I could ask you to do this in about 30 seconds each.
I repeat, to be curious.
All right, so stay curious, keep the vision going, right,
yes.
Keep that drive there where you can. Zainab?
I think I'd focus on the being of foresight rather than the doing of foresight. I think there's a lot of focus on methods and tools and all very, very important. But I think being humble, being curious, and I think those are the things that will eventually drive us. And I don't know how many people are talking about it, but I think we need to really talk more about who we are being and what we are bringing, what kind of energy, how are we showing up in the world on a daily basis, because it's almost like it's like the car. I think there's a doctoral quote on how driving in the dark, you can only see the 10 feet, right? And you just have to trust the rest of the destination. And when you can just see the next 10 feet, you have the responsibility and accountability of showing up in that in the best way possible so that the rest of it takes care of itself. So yes, to add to the curiosity, I'd say humility and accountability.
Brilliant. And being rather than doing. Great. And Ken?
Great. Building on curiosity, and humility, and accountability, I want to talk about something, overcoming fear. And by this, I mean that if by 2047, to use the horizon that you suggested, if foresight and futures hasn't yet become something that everybody has access to, then young futurists should make sure that it is democratized. without the fear that I see in the community these days of some people thinking that they will lose their jobs if everybody becomes a futurist or is futures literate. Because basic numeracy has not replaced the job of a mathematician. Basic literacy hasn't replaced the job of language and literature or reading experts. And I also do think that basic futures literacy will not take away the jobs of futures practitioners or foresight practitioners. So no fears.
Brilliant. Thank you so much to all three of you. It's always a bit of a peril when you moderate a panel that's as wonderful as this, because there's no way you can summarize all of the kind of takeaways and insights. But I'll just offer you one thought, right, as you go on into the rest of the program, because it's very early yet in this whole forum. We can think of the future in two ways, right? We can think of the future as F for fragmentation, U for uncertainty, T for tension and division, another U for unreadiness, R for being bogged down in realism, and E for everything coming at us all at once. Or we can think about the future as flexibility, understanding, coming together, bringing everyone together, as this panel has already talked about so much. The future is in everything because it's ubiquitous. A rhizomatic future, to go back to what Ken talked about, and a future that encompasses everyone, right? That is about diversity and democracy. And I really do think we have a choice which of those futures we choose. I guess it'll be up to us to think about how we put all of that, whether it's the first or the second future, into our practice. I wish you all luck, and I hope you'll all join me in thanking our wonderful panel today.
this will work, right? Sound, do I need to be like there? Oh, do we start? Yes. Thanks for being here. This is a 45-minute session on Foresight Insights. We have three speakers, Professor Meme, Professor Songwan, and Marissa. Our connection really is islands. I met Professor Song 20 years ago in Taiwan, Songwan 24 years ago in Honolulu, and Marissa is from Fiji, native islander. So our focus really here is in their experience of doing future studies, futures thinking, and now the latest weird buzzword, foresight. What have they learned and what can we learn from them? So I'm going to start off first with Meme. And so we're going to start with the assumption that talking about the future out there is an epistemological mistake. That we're always in the future unless we show our own story within the world we're attempting to foresee, we're making the world worse. By beginning with ourselves, there's a chance, though not necessarily a foregone conclusion, that we can make a powerful difference. Meme, anything you want about yourself?
Okay. I'm Meme. I've been working in futures since 2004 or 5. For 16 years, I had taught futures full-time to undergraduate and graduate students. And I also facilitate futures to people from the industry, from the government, and NGOs, and so on. The year 2020 was very special to me because that was, of course, the year COVID hits. But at my personal level, I tried to take futures in Taiwan to a different level. I tried to create a different system so that it could be more accessible, more universal, and more easy to civil society as a whole. That was the plan. And then 4 months down the line, I had a stroke. So you can see this here. I was 53 years old back then. So today, maybe I'll share some of the insights I have, some of the ideas that future actually helped me in a way in my road to recovery.
I think let's ask one more there before we go to Songwan.
Oh.
So as a narrative, how did futures help you? Because most people don't associate foresight and strokes.
True.
So in which way did it enable you, empower you?
A lot of people thought the value of futures or foresights is in planning the future. But actually, to me, before my stroke, I knew that the real value lies in your inner self. It helps you see the different levels of yourself, and you can decide what to do with them next. But what I didn't know was getting a stroke actually gave me a chance to see that even further, because all of a sudden I was beamed to the future. I was actually 20 or 30 years older than I actually was. Okay, I was weak. I was not able to walk. I was not able to do any single thing, literally, without people's help. So actually, that was how I saw a different side of myself.
Thank you, Meme. So it's really about vulnerability in the future.
Yes.
I think the point scholars make is everyone in this room will become disabled, if you're lucky. As part of aging, we've not designed systems to support our various disabilities. Professor Song.
Okay.
Your narrative, what do you do?
Yeah, please, of course. 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. I came from South Korea. I think so while you crazy about K-pop. So have you ever heard about this song? 아파트, 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 아파트.
This is a surprise. We hadn't planned a K-pop rehearsal, but if you're going to go there, we're ready.
I'm honored to be here. Actually, my journey into future studies began not as a futurist, but as a journalist. In 2006, I had a chance to interview Professor Jim Dater, University of Hawaii, a very renowned futurist. During the interview, one of his statements deeply resonated with me. He said that the future is not singular. It is a plural. Until that moment, I had believed that the future was a single and inevitable, something clear but daunting. So I felt like a destination that I had to prepare for, and filled with anxiety about whether I could thrive or even survive. In South Korea, the narrative around the future often revolves bloody competition, a relentless drive to outperform others and emerge victorious at any cost. It's a very rigid and narrow vision of what lies ahead. So the idea is that there is many futures, not single, was a revelation to me. So I gradually came to understand the future is not a predetermined trajectory, but dynamic interplay of possibilities shaped by choices and actions and context. It is neither fixed nor fully open, just malleable, something malleable and contingent on how we engage with it.
So let me ask you, given you and Jim did work 20 years ago on the Dream Society, the notion that non-material objects, even spiritual objects, will transform the world, we've clearly now entered a dream society as well as given disinformation, misinformation. We've entered the nightmare society. I think most of our planet has entered a nightmare. How would you phrase it in terms of the early work you did on gross national cool, drama as exports, etc.? Can you give us some insights there? Your work as a futurist in terms of creating the dream society.
Yeah, so in 2006, 7, I think, Dream Society published in some European nation, and Jim utilized the concept of Dream Society. And the Jim said to me that South Korea is the first nation to bring about the Dream Society because South Korea government support animation, pop, and drama, something like that. So I think that's why Korea built kind of Dream Society, nowadays K-pop and K-drama, and even Hong Kong, who had a first Nobel Prize in literature. So I'm very proud of that initiative in South Korea.
So the strategy 20 years ago, this vision of new measures instead of GDP, leads to the Nobel Prize in a way, and leads to huge new exports, if I understood you correctly. We'll go back to your work in the Parliament. Marissa, can you tell us something about you and your work in futures in Fiji?
So my interest and very recent journey in Foresight actually was inspired by a collective research exercise I was doing in a remote island community in Fiji a couple of years ago. And this is a research around how local remote maritime communities were adapting to climate change impacts. And this particular community that I had gone to work with we're facing the immediate impacts of sea level rise.
Okay.
And of course, I had never before seen this level of self-reliance and resilience. There were two solutions that this community had developed all on their own to try and combat climate change impacts. And these two really stood out to me. The first was they were using old refrigerators, filling them with heavy rocks and lining them up as makeshift seawalls. And they were doing this by training their children to dive for these rocks and collect them from the seabed and then weigh down these refrigerators as their makeshift seawall. And this was actually becoming a daily activity for the children because, of course, with the waves, it would wash away every day. Every day, they would have to reinforce the seawall. That was one. The second was, of course, since it was a remote island community, they didn't have access to any waste collection services. So what they were doing was collecting their own waste, compacting this, and using this compacted waste to reclaim land, build up and reclaim land that was being lost to sea level rise. And of course, they were well aware of the negative impacts of that, the waste, toxins, and microplastic washing back into the ocean. But when you're in that state of survival mode, you have to come up with solutions that help you get through day by day. It's almost impossible to think about long-term solutions. And that's what really got me thinking is, how can we use Foresight to help Pacific Island countries come up with solutions or empower and build capacity of local communities to develop solutions that really are locally led, inclusive, and truly sustainable.
And yourself as an islander there, how did you experience then the day-to-day pressure and then suddenly, because I don't think the word foresight would make sense in Fijian, right? Would
no,
there be what's the
all.
local term you would use
Well,
in terms
the
of
thing
indigenous
is,
knowledge?
Pacific Islands have a different sense of what time is, so you don't really think of the future in terms of foresight. In the Pacific, time is not linear. It's like a cycle, and you don't measure time through linear events. You measure time through moments and opportunities. So even introducing practices like foresight, you have to take a completely different approach. You have to consider the cultural context. So a lot of times you have to go back to learning from ancestors. Yes. So if your ancestors did this, how would you do this going into the future, thinking of the next generation?
Okay, so it's ancestors and future generations as opposed to foresight itself.
Yes.
Maybe, do you want to jump on that? Mamie actually worked at Tamkang University, which, if you know, already 140,000 students have graduated in future studies. So it is the largest program in the world, but its weakness, as Mamie suggested, it wasn't in civil society. So your work was how to take it from the ivory tower, endless graduates, and embed it throughout Taiwanese society. So do you want to talk more about that, in terms of what worked and what hasn't worked?
What worked was, it was quite widespread. Every single graduate had to take a class in futures, so they get the exposure, some fundamental, some ideas. On the other hand, what doesn't work is that these young people, even graduate students, they graduate and then they go to the workplace, and the boss, the employers don't necessarily have foresight, insight. So the boss won't let them do it, and they are too junior, so that they couldn't do anything about it. And in the end, some years down the line, they kind of lost it in a way. So I got impatient. Yes. I was like, we gotta go from the top. We gotta go from the people that can make these decisions instead of just from the bottom.
Fantastic. And then, so what did you do?
Because at first, it was interesting because in the beginning, I never did Foresight's work in Taiwan. My friend in Taiwan always asked me, how come you are always going abroad to do whatever work that you're doing? And I said, well, that's easy because no one in Taiwan has invited me to do anything. And then after a few years, I realized that, oh, they didn't invite me because they didn't know it existed. So in the end, I realized that I had to be the saleswoman and start telling people how this works. So I did that. And then some people got the ideas, and finally, I decided that when I quit my job at Tamkang, I decided to reverse my role in a way so that I can go full-time doing futures spreading in a way, and then on the other hand, not just teaching all the time. Do you mind if I say something? Right now, I feel I don't feel uncomfortable, but I want to apologize for my speech because it was damaged in a way in the stroke. So I feel that if you know that, then you would understand why is she talking like this. Okay, that's it. I got it out. Thank you.
I actually can't tell the pre-post maybe. So what would you say? So you went from futures professor and then to future salesperson.
Yes.
And so what would you say the difficulty in that transition?
Wow. The difficulty is...
This wasn't pre-scheduled, by the way.
No,
I just said
yeah,
show
right.
up and we're going to work it out.
The difficulty is that I was not used to being a sales. I'm not a good salesperson. In academia, they don't have to sell anything. If you like it, you like it. If you invite me, I'll go, and that's it. So I had to reverse the role, and in a way, so that I had to learn to be a sales. And that was a big thing for me. And the other thing that I learned actually is that I had to think from the other person's perspective instead of just what is correct and what can be done.
It's brilliant. So how wonderful is futures versus what you need?
Yes.
Seung-Won, how about your transition again from academic and then you started to work with the Korean Parliament?
After completing my PhD, when I returned to South Korea, I felt a deep urgency to emphasize this perspective. Futures depends on our actions and choices. So I emphasized the importance of public participation in envisioning futures. So, I mean, without citizen engagement, future studies can devolve into a kind of abstract exercise and detached from practical realities and collective aspirations. So to facilitate this, I utilize Hawaii manuas for images of the future. So there are continued economic growth and collapse and conservative society and finally transformational society. So I convened the people across the nation representing in mini public that included different gender, regions, and ages and social classes. We get together, we explore two critical questions. What kind of future might we face if current systems continue? And the other question is, what kind of future do we prefer to create for future generations? So people had to choose for one of them among fours. The outcomes were astonishing because the majority of participants identified collapse as their preferred future.
Collapse as their preferred? So this is parliamentarians?
Yeah, prefer.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's not a desire for chaos, but yearning for a new beginning. What they really want to say is that you know, if we keep holding on to a current system, we can manage, and things will be getting worse. So, for example, social polarization will deepen, especially young people already overwhelmed by the bloody competition, delay marriage, and only focus on their personal survival, and drift away from the values like families and community solidarity. On top of that, they are warning us about even bigger. We are running out of time to adapt to climate crisis. So if we don't make bold changes now, we will miss the chance.
So when just stopping you there, I'm a bit confused. So when I work with parliamentarians and we do futures work, they always pull me by the side and say, don't worry, we'll do all this, but let's be honest, we don't care. The head of European Parliament said, we know what the right thing to do is, but on every issue, we will never do the right thing because we can never get reelected on the right thing. So that's what I'm grown up with. And you're telling me the Korean parliamentarians actually care. So explain to me how is that possible?
I have a long story to explain about this. Before I joined the Parliament of Korea, this happened when I was in Science Technology Policy Institute.
STEPI, yeah.
Yeah, in STEPI. So let me elaborate more about my personal experience.
Thank you.
So I think maybe in 2015, 3 years into this project, the finding had caught the attention of major media outlets.
Okay.
And the media reframed it pivotal moment in national discussion about the future. The public discussion revealed growing curiosity about alternatives to the status quo and kind of a newfound openness to explore diverse futures and visions.
So the parliament went to the public and that created excitement around the future.
Mm-hmm. So I think it is one of the most memorable and meaningful moment. So I think it is a very clear instance of how foresight can surface profound insights and even broader social implications when combined with public participation. So,
before we go to Marissa, let me jump in there and ask you again. So Korean culture, as you defined it, is push, 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 right? Work hard, work hard, work hard. Does strategic foresight transform that, or is that one more checklist, one more thing I need to do at midnight to graduate? So that's for you to reflect on. You were describing Korean culture as always pushing, right? Mm-hmm. To be the global leader. Does strategic foresight make that worse or better? Is it one more thing you have to do for every student? Is it a pressure or can it be transformative? Think about that. Let's go to Marissa. We'll get back to you. You have your chance to reflect. Remember, there was no pre-planned questions here. So Marissa, again, same thing. What's worked, what's not worked?
Well, for UNDP Pacific, one of the most recent foresight work that we're taking part in is we're developing a Pacific Futures Report.
Okay.
And part of this, of course, requires consultative processes.
Maybe closer to the mic, Suki. Thank you.
So part of this, we also have consultative processes. And so something that we've discovered that really works in the Pacific context is becoming really innovative with how we can locally contextualize participatory foresight workshops. And so we've done this with our youth consultations, and we found this works because oftentimes things can get very dystopian quickly when we ask youth about futures, given the current lived realities, given the impacts of climate change. And so what we did was we helped them think about the future by getting them to speak in proverbs or use metaphors, because this is very natural to Pacific Islanders. We speak in metaphors because a lot of times we live in a very complex setting, and when you speak in metaphors, it can speak to many people. A lot more people can relate to it because you're saying a lot of things by saying one thing. And so we're using different metaphors that are familiar to them. For example, the ocean. How would you use the ocean to describe what the future would look like in 2050 or something like that? We also use this when we're doing workshops with Pacific Island artists who are designing artifacts of the future for our Pacific Futures Report, which, side note, some of these artworks will be featured in our Indigenous workshop on Thursday.
Can you give us some examples of some of these metaphors about the future?
So we use things that they are familiar with, like oceans, marine animals, kokonda, which is a Fijian dish made of cured fish and a few other mixed items. So some of them use kokonda to describe how life is made up of all different ingredients, complex, but when they come together, it's a beautiful thing. So that's some of the ways they would describe
That's the image of the future Pacific.
Yes.
Bring it together to create something novel.
Diversity that brings, yeah.
Okay. And for you, when you're working, what methods do you use when you're doing foresight in your local communities? And you said metaphor, anything else in terms of eliciting response?
One common one in the Pacific is what we call talanoa, which is, I'm not sure if you're familiar because you also lived in Hawaii for a little bit, and this is a Pacific process of inclusive dialogues.
Yes.
And this is a method that we used with our elders in their consultation processes, because something that comes very naturally to Pacific Islanders is teaching through storytelling.
Yes.
And these are passing down indigenous knowledge and traditional practices through generations. So what you learn from your ancestors through storytelling, you will then pass on to the younger generation as well. And what we learned during this consultative process was that a lot of Pacific Islanders, or a lot of Pacific Island countries, when it comes to passing on indigenous traditional knowledge, you can only actually, a lot of times you can choose one person only. So it's not something you would just share with anyone. You pick someone in your family, it might not even be your child, and then you have a responsibility because you're not passing on your knowledge, you're passing on knowledge from your ancestor. Yeah. So you have to be very mindful of who you're passing that knowledge on to.
So ancestors are critical in all foresight work. That's my main takeaway. You can't just go forward without remembering the past.
Exactly.
So what would be, before we go to Mim again, so what would be the core in terms of metaphor work that you've seen in Korea, South Korea?
A metaphor for a new vision?
Yeah, metaphor either in the parliament or outside.
Usually about the futures.
Yeah.
That's why I already earlier said that it is one clear predetermined path.
Yes.
But nowadays, Koreans came to understand there are many futures, and then they can, create the futures.
So how would you say that in Korean in terms of the core language?
Core language in Korean.
Yeah. I mean, there must be many Korean speakers here.
미래는 열려 있다.
Wow. So the reason why I pushed Seung-Won there, because again, foresight is not out there. It's always embodied in our body. And so when you go through story, the body in itself goes through a transformation. So if you saw how Seung-Won changed, right? Immediately there was power and focus as opposed to having to English the future, which I know you don't like doing. So what happens then in parliamentary exercises? How does that play itself out?
Yeah, so in a STEPI, identifying a preferred future, fresh start, was a kind of essential milestone in future studies. But the real challenges lies in translating its vision into policy-oriented language. Yeah. So the journey towards the new vision, proved to be very slow and complex. But I recognize that Parliament holds a kind of significant decision-making power. So I was fortunate to join the newly established Futures Institute within Parliament in 2018. So my role was to challenge the word, growth.
Yeah.
So I ask a critical question about the growth. Why must the word growth always be preceded by economic or national? So I suggest alternatives: inclusive growth, social growth, environmental growth, even personal growth. And I also suggest alternative vision, which is a mature society. Mature society is designed to contrast with the growth-obsessed society, which measures success only in GDP, while ignoring social and environmental cost. But mature society sounds like turning gray hair. So
or no hair. Next step after gray hair.
Right.
Stages.
Yeah. So in English, I use alternative words: regenerative society.
Fantastic.
Which prioritize personal growth over national growth, or prioritize social values and environmental values over economic values. It prioritizes equity over.
So how do parliamentarians respond then?
Pronounce.
How do they respond to you?
Yeah. Let me pace my. So we shared this vision with the presidential candidates in national election, and facilitate discussions with the lawmakers from both ruling party and opposition parties. But the result was underwhelmed. Because the regenerative society was not reflected in any policy platforms. So I was very disappointed.
Yeah.
I was very disappointed. But this experience reinforced the critical role of civil society in in advancing transformational society.
So this leads to the next question, I think. Let's go to Mei there. I mean, I remember 20 years ago asking Taiwanese students how they saw the future.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, we're on a tightrope, the Chinese dragon here and an American shark there. And we can't see any future because we're caught between these two worlds. Has that changed, or how would you see, question one, the metaphors today, and question two, start to think about, we looked at successes all three of you had. How do you deal with disappointment in the field? So let's start with a metaphor, and then maybe if you could go to challenging disappointment.
Okay. As in Taiwan, the metaphor actually changed a lot because the success story that Taiwanese businessmen have in China actually prohibit them from imagining a new, different future. So in the beginning, about 10 years ago, when I approached the industry, they were like, oh, we don't need to think about the future. All we need to do is go to China and earn money. And we have lots of money, and it's endless money coming in, so no need to worry about the future. But since about 6 or 8 years ago, they stopped China stopped using Taiwanese companies for that. So they were forced now to think about, what do we do? So the entire society actually in Taiwan start to shift. So they are more willing to think about the future in a more genuine way now. So that's the one thing. Yeah. But about the future, about the student that you were talking about, the younger generations actually changed too. Earlier in the session, they were talking about how young people actually see the future very different from the the older so-called in their 30s or 40s, that kind of vision. So actually, that changed too. So I don't know if that's that's good. Yeah. So.
And how do you then address disappointment? I mean, things have worked really well in your projects. You've succeeded. How do you personally deal with disappointment in a project, or long term?
The biggest disappointment is that they would have profound learning in workshop, in the workshop and lessons, and then in the end they get dragged back into the business as usual because they have to get busy. So that's the one push or the one weight prohibiting people, sorry about that, prohibiting people from really engage in a real long-term future.
So they go to the long term, and then there's the Monday morning question.
Yes, yes.
So what do you do to address that? Just skip Monday, go to Tuesday?
No. To me, before my stroke, my strategy was I actually found 3 companies who are willing to work with me in long term. It's like I don't want to work for you. I don't want to facilitate features for you unless you are willing to commit longer term in terms of 3 to 5 years to work on this project, and they say yes, and before I would go. So that's as far as I went at the time.
You select companies in your ecology of foresight that are best fit.
Yes, because I couldn't do all those little things anymore.
Thank you. Marissa, so in your case, disappointment means extinction, right?
Well,
so climate change,
if
it's not like an idea,
extreme,
it's much deeper.
Yes.
So how do you address
That's why
those
a lot
challenges?
of times it can get dystopian very quickly. But actually, Pacific Islanders are some of the most agile and resilient people you'll meet. So dealing with failure isn't as hard because for a couple of reasons. One is that Pacific Islanders actually embrace uncertainty. Historically, Pacific Islanders have navigated thousands of miles of open ocean with no mechanical instruments, just from learning from signals that they're getting from nature. So navigating uncertainty isn't an issue for Pacific Islanders. The second thing is the concept around mutual contradiction, which sits very comfortably with Pacific Islanders. So they are always at any point ready to fail because they know it's a part of life, because it's a cycle. You will fail and then you will succeed, and you will have hard times and you will have better times. It's just about how you navigate these uncertainties and how you come back and recover from it.
So navigation then becomes a core narrative.
Yes, absolutely.
And so in your projects, that's what comes out there.
Yes, so this is something that we're really trying to embody in our projects, especially in the design phase, is how can we incorporate Pacific philosophies in development work that wouldn't usually take this kind of approach.
Thank you. Any last comments that you want to add, share with everyone? It's up to you. What would you like everyone to remember about Foresight Insight, your core insight you want to share with everyone?
Yeah.
Someone, please.
Yeah. So the political system struggled to adopt a new vision. I clearly observed that some citizens are already living out the values of a regenerative society. So I call this citizen as emerging citizen, who people who, while invisible under the traditional values, but become visible, through the lens of a new vision. So, I mean, truth is, citizens were already there. Yeah. It was not the civil society recognized the new vision and claimed to be, I'm emerging citizen. But instead that it is us as futurists who had failed to notice them. So this new vision opened our eyes to notice them. So I'm eagerly look for citizens who work with new vision. And really, this is kind of memorable moment that I had, and also emphasized the importance of public engagement. I think futurism return to its roots. Bertrand Dussevenoux or Robert Jung, they organized programs like Future Salon and Future Dialogues and Future Workshop to explore possibilities with a citizen on the street. So I think we have to return to its roots.
What do you tell the parliamentarian? We ran a large Foresight exercise once, and we worked with the citizens and the mayor and the mayor's office and CEO. We presented them with alternatives, and just about we're about to vote, the CEO runs to me and says, "I'm anxious." And I said, "Why?" She goes, "What if they vote for the wrong future?" I said, "That ship has sailed." We just told the mayor, and he agreed, he will fund any future that's selected by the citizens. And so, but I understood the mayor's tension. He just wanted to do this as a ploy to get engagement, but he still wanted to put money where he wanted to put money. So how do you deal with that contradiction at the parliamentarian level?
I believe the power of citizens.
So back to the people, back to the
personally, they can be distorted and biased, but come together, maybe 20 people, they create a balanced view about the future. So that's why I believed. In every workshop with a citizen, I very enjoyed the time with the citizen. I learned a lot from them. Yeah. Their hope, our hope.
Thank you so much. Very powerful. Meme, what would you say is last comment you want to share with everyone?
As futurists, we preach, so-called preach, in workshops and classes all the time that the future is unpredictable, and you have to be flexible and ready to adapt all the time. And then when the stroke hit, it really put me to the test that, okay, here's everything that's unpredictable, and what do you do next? And the funny thing is that it wasn't as bad as I thought. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Yeah. I don't want another shock. But everything, the end of yourself is after the collapse, like someone was saying earlier. After the end of yourself, after the collapse, you always have a new bud. You always have a new life emerges from that. And that's what I'm so-called teaching or reminding people in workshop all the time, that when you think about a dystopia, don't just throw in the pen and say, well, that's it. And the war comes and the aliens come, and or in Taiwan, the Chinese come and invade Taiwan, and so that's it. And people do that literally all the time. But then I would always ask, what's next?
Thank you.
And they would always stare at me for 10 seconds and then say, oh, there is a life. I should think about that. And to me, that was the case after the stroke come. So be flexible, and futures can help you in that way too.
It's brilliant. Thank you so much to some. Thank you. So we're going to end right on time to summarize our perspectives. I think Meme was going from the professor to the salesperson, and I think you've shown you're really good at it. And really, it's not about the end game. There's always rebirth. From Seung-won, it's really parliamentarian, the politics of the future. The answer is with the citizens, is democratization in a deep way. And I think from Marissa, what I learned was the ancestors are a critical resource in doing foresight work. Find the core metaphor, in your case, navigation, and use that as a way to transform the future. Thank you so much for your time, and let's thank our three speakers.
lead to systematic change. I would like to welcome practice of linking path. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session of how can the practice of linking the past, present, and future lead to systematic changes. I would like to welcome our esteemed speakers, Victoria Milligan from the Speculative Future New Zealand, Alice Diamond from Mary Future Makers, Dr. Brenda Ogembo from the Parliament of Kenya, and Abby Noakes from the School of International Futures. I would like to invite Abby to the podium, and she will start the conversation.
Brilliant, thank you and welcome. We thought we'd start today with a very small activity, so I'd like to invite all of you to stand up, please. And if you can't stand, raise a hand, but thank you. So, I would like you to stay standing if at the forum this year you know 5 or more people. When I say no, it doesn't need to be deep collaboration, but you know to have a quick chat with. Stay standing if you know 5 or more. Okay. If you know 25 or more people, stay standing. If not, please sit down. And if you think you know 45 or more people, can you stay standing? Brilliant. So we've got a handful of people in the room who know at least 45 people. And in the network space, I know we're not a formal network, we're more of an informal network, but we would see these people as the nodes or having a lot of invisible power. And that's something that we're going to be talking about a lot more about how you spot those people and how you supercharge them in your network. So, Vic, I'm going to hand over to you to frame the network.
Or kitty roll.
I think your mic's
Is it Mike? Mic not working. Mike, what is working?
Yeah.
How's that? Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Victoria Mulligan, tōku ingoa, no Tamaki Makaurau, Aotearoa, New Zealand, aho. Kia ora everyone, my name is Victoria Mulligan. I am a Foresight specialist, network specialist, and I work in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland in New Zealand. And firstly, I just want to say thank you for giving us your time and coming here today. I'm always really encouraged when I see a room start to fill up with people who care about networks or care that we need to be thinking more intentionally and meaningfully about how we gather and how we collaborate. So myself and my panelists, like most people, wear multiple hats. And so today I am wearing the hat of a director and a network coordinator of the Aotearoa New Zealand Futures Network. We're a network that was stood up about 2 years ago now with the aim to galvanise energy around foresight, capability build, nationally and across sectors. And so that's what we're trying to do, and that's what I'll be talking about a bit today. Now, we're going to run this panel a little bit differently to how some of the panels might look over the course of the forum. We decided not to have a moderator. So we thought 4 strong women with multiple strong opinions, what could go wrong? And so bear with us today as we experiment with trying to do this without a moderator. I wanted to start by giving some sort of foundational definitions around what we do in networks. So to start with, what is a network? We define networks essentially as a web of relationships that connect people and things. And networks have been around for a very long time. They're not a new thing. But what we're seeing more now is a real leaning into intentional design of networks for impact. And you will hear us talk quite a lot about impact networks. So to define that a little bit further, we consider impact networks to be very specific to when you are galvanizing energy around a shared purpose. And impact networks can take multiple different forms. Learning networks, which are essentially what it says on the tin. Action networks, when you are having actors, individuals, organisations aiming to do something. And movement networks, which are essentially networks of networks designed to affect sort of more systemic change. Now, the other thing that you're going to hear us talk about a lot today is network weaving as a concept. So I might get us to bring up the Mentimeter if we can. And if you can ping the QR code, really interested to hear what network weaving means to you. Got it up there yet? It's coming.
Yay.
There we go. So it should come up as your answers do, in theory. But for us, network weaving is about building relational capital. So that is around building spaces, opportunities for connection, for collaboration, ways that we can build trust. Change happens at the speed of trust, and that is essentially what is foundational to networks working well and working meaningfully. So that's, I guess, a frame-up of what we're going to talk about today. I've shared with you the hat that I'm bringing to the conversation, and I might pass now to Alice to talk a little bit about what she does and how she is working with the networks.
Awesome. Well, kia ora koutou, he uri tēnei ngō Ngaitahu. So I descend from a tribe called Ngaitahu. We're an Indigenous tribe, a Māori tribe in the South Island of New Zealand. And when I first was asked to be part of this panel, I did have a feeling where I was like, I don't know what I know about networks, but then I thought about it more and I was like, well, actually being part of my iwi or my tribe means I'm part of a network of 80,000 of us. And so I view networks through that lens, and I just want to reference a cultural practice that we have, which is called whakawhanaungatanga. And whakawhanaungatanga is what I did at the start when I said, he uri tēnei ngō Ngaitahu. And sorry if you're trying to write down that word now, because it does have about 20 letters, so good luck guessing what they are. But this practice is where I say, I descend from the people of Tahu. And immediately it means that when I sit within a room, I'm hearing where other people descend from, the lands in which they connect to, their ancestors, and therefore the context of who they are and how I connect to them. And it means that immediately we're moving from being a series of individuals to being a we, or we're kind of forming this woven tapestry of connections. And to me, that's where transformative work begins. And I want to reference something that you may have seen in the media at the moment, happening back in Aotearoa, New Zealand, back home, with the Hikoi mō te Tiriti, or the March for the Treaty Principles Bill. And what I want to say is that I believe that our superpower as Māori are relationships, and relationships are the reason that all those people have turned up overnight at Parliament to oppose the bill that we don't believe in as a people. And that's how we connect. It means that right from the get-go, those people were ready to go. We had allies to the cause. So I believe that's our superpower as Māori, and that's not to generalise or romanticise who we are. But I think in general, I've noticed that Indigenous people really have this close connection to what it means to be in relationship with people, with land, and therefore we're always looking for ways to connect. And I think I'm going to pass it to Brenda now.
All right, thank you. And talking about Parliament, we're the ones who always receive the protests of everybody. Nobody likes this. Hello, everyone. My name is Brenda Ogembo. I work for the Parliament of Kenya, and in that space, I wear many hats. But the hat that I'm representing here today is I head the secretariat that is currently the Secretary of the Kenya Senate Futures Caucus. We recently set up a caucus of senators looking into futures and foresight work and trying to integrate that in the work that we're doing in Parliament. And so what I essentially do is try and bring together different networks to help members of Parliament, especially senators, think about different work that they do, but in this space, think about futures and foresight and how they can integrate that both in legislation, in oversight, in representation, and then take that and try and also connect it to the work that I do in citizen engagement and with devolved government. And so I think I will pass it on to Abby to introduce herself.
Thank you. So the hat that I'm going to be wearing today is a global network weaving hat. So what does it mean and look like to weave networks across generations, across sectors, across geographies? And I'm here from the School of International Futures, and we host or hold a number of networks within our kind of broader community, from the Next Generation Foresight Practitioners Network, which is a community of over 900, mostly under 35s, of which Alice is one, who are using futures and foresight in their communities to drive change, and very much using, I think they're doing some of the most incredible kind of fringe practice. They're from over 90 countries. But also we host the Pioneers Network, which is a collective of champions of today's leaders who are championing long-term governance and thinking about the well-being of future generations. So they're from, generalizing here, but from different generations, but also across sectors, across geographies. And why we care about networks, I'm going to sort of transition us into thinking about the power of networks and the purpose of networks is that we believe, I think collectively, but also at the School of International Futures, that it's not ideas that change the world, it's people with ideas that change the world and people connecting to other people to do that. And from our perspective, we think that networks are particularly powerful because they allow you to do 4 things much, much better. The first is research. So from the perspective of if you have a wide network of people, you're able to gather much more perspectives, fringe perspectives, listen to lots of different ideas that can come together and inform a much sort of better perspective and collective, a more complete set of insights. But it also allows you to do practical research as well. So, for example, we've just, at the Summit of the Future a couple of months ago, released an implementation handbook based on 50 countries, leaders from 50 countries, using different practical ways of integrating long-term thinking. It also allows you to surface and amplify innovation. So, for example, you're able to spot what's the new practice and you're able to distribute that insight about what new practice might be across your network. And again, an example is that we host a sort of collection around intergenerational fairness, and we've developed an intergenerational fairness assessment matrix, which is now being distributed and can be piloted by people, and that's been made open source. So networks allow you to innovate quickly. They also allowed you to redirect resources. So we've got people within our network who would love to be doing futures and foresight work, but don't necessarily have the institutional backing. But we've also got connections for people who do have the resources. So we do a lot of brokering of helping to identify resources and helping to channel them to where they might be used. And an example is an amazing NGFP member called Tolu, who is from Nigeria, and she's developed, a couple of years ago, she developed a way of thinking about the future of urban and health. So it's called Urban Better, and it's what does the future of cities, particularly in Africa, look like if you think about sustainability and you think about changing demographics. And we've been able to identify a pot of $300,000 from one of our contacts that's able to channel to her. And the final thing that I think networks allow you to do really powerfully is to set the agenda, because by bringing together people with different perspectives and voices, you're actually able to challenge power and the way that things challenge the status quo and put together a multi-generational, multi-sectoral, a global perspective on how can we build a hopeful future and what could look differently as a result of that. So, Brandon, maybe I'll pass to you to say a bit about why you think in your context.
Yeah, and so building on what Abby is saying, I think one of the most important things, especially in the work that I do in Parliament, is that networks allow me to extend out possibilities. Many of you who know or who have engaged with Parliament know that parliaments really operate on the back of procedure and rules. And so we're often constricted in the work that we're able to do, who we're able to engage with, how much we can say, especially as staff in Parliament. And oftentimes for members, they have constrained resources. Increasingly, parliaments don't have the kind of resources that they've had for years. But there's still a lot of work. There's a lot of demand from people about what they want from the legislature, how they want the legislature to engage. And so the power of networks, or what I've found from kind of weaving the different networks and partnerships that we have, such as with people like SWAF, is that I'm able to extend out the work that Parliament is able to do. So for example, with my relationships with SWAF, I was able to actually introduce the work of futures and foresight in Parliament, because those capacities don't exist in Parliament. Parliament doesn't have the human capital, if you will, to be able to do everything that people want it to be able to do. Also to be able to bring in the resources we need to be able to do this work. The work of introducing it, of building the capacity, of building the institutional capacity to be able to do this is only possible through network weaving, because there are a lot of people out there who have the knowledge, the resources, the skills, but they don't have the space within which to engage. But I have the capacity to weave them together, to introduce them to the politicians, for example, who are interested in this work, to know who is interested in this work, to be able to bring different partners, for example, civil society actors who don't know each other, but are all interested in engaging Parliament. I'm able to bring them together and actually extend this work. But as we think about these different resources and the possibilities that all these networks pose, it then takes us to the place where we begin to think about trust. How do we make these networks work? How are we able to ensure that all these different people who don't know each other are able to engage and trust one another and almost cede their power to one another, if you will? And it makes me think, how have we been able to do this? What is the role of trust in relational work in building networks? And I would say that one, it's listening. How do you build trust? It's through listening. A lot of the work that I'm able to do, how do I bring different partners together? It's by hearing what people are saying and being very intentional in how we listen, and also being patient. Networks don't just grow overnight. I've been doing this work. We had started the work of building the Senate Futures Caucus, I think 3 years ago. It was only launched last year. And it was work of patience, patience and listening and being dismissed by bureaucrats and being told this is not relevant to us, but always listening and hearing different people who were interested. And then finally, after about 2.5 years, landing on a senator who was talking about how his community, the Maasai community in Kenya, had been setting aside land for generations, planning for the future, and could not understand why the Kenyan government had found itself in this massive debt crisis without thinking about the future of young Kenyan people, and realizing that what he needed was the language, and realizing that SWAF, who had been trying to partner with us for a very long time, was willing to support this. And so finally last year, we launched the Kenya Senate Futures Caucus. So there's a lot of work that goes there in being very intentional in listening to different partners, and giving space and time for the network to grow, both organically, knowing when to push and when not to push. But within that also lies dynamics of power. There's a lot of power that goes into building networks. And power doesn't always look the way that we imagine that it looks. When you look at the network that we've built in the Kenya Parliament, the lead actor in that is Senator Ledama Olekina, who is a boisterous, those of you who know him, is a boisterous, wonderful human being. But the person who builds that network, who has been doing the work for 3 years, is myself. So networks are, and it requires a lot of humility. But I want to pass on to Alice to talk more about power, because I think she has some very interesting thoughts on this.
Thank you. And yes, I feel like you're a very powerful person, so I'm surprised there's someone else out there who you would consider to have more power. So I just wanted to talk about power from, so I think that power can show up in many different ways, and one way that it shows up is in terms of the knowledge that we're valuing in the room, the way that we're interacting, and whose kind of knowledge system or ways of knowing and being does that draw from. And immediately, I believe that as soon as you're valuing a particular way of interacting, that shifts the power dynamics in a room, and it's really important when you're doing work within networks that you're noticing whose knowledge you're valuing. So the thing about networks is that I believe that they allow us to kind of bridge these alternative ways of knowing and being, but often the non-dominant perspectives are the ones that are marginalized in that space. So how do we start to build trust over trying to surface some of those non-dominant perspectives and give them value and power within a network? And I just want to give an example of some of the work we've been doing back home. So I work for an organisation called Tokana Teraki, or Māori Future Makers, and we have created a shared practice, or kawa we call it, in our future making or solution making or change making work. And it's called Te Korikoreka. Again, big Māori word. I think at the very end we're going to put another QR code that will link you to some of our work, so you'll be able to find it there. Look for the purple, that's our colour scheme. But so Te Korikoreka, what it is it's a way of interacting, and it means as soon as we start our network weaving work, or when we're working with other people, we always are unashamable in the fact that that's our practice of interaction, and it's drawn from our own cultural perspective as our ways of understanding, the ways that come natural to us in terms of how we like to interact. And it means that when we're working with non-Māori, immediately we're rebalancing those power dynamics, because we are prioritising our ways of knowing and being. And I think that that's an important thing to just pay attention to, is what are the knowledge systems that you're valuing, and how can you start to rebalance those power dynamics within networks by possibly looking to those usually marginalised perspectives and ways of thinking. And I think so. What we wanted to do now is have another QR code for another Mentimeter. that talks about, that asks you to answer a question, which is, what are the challenges to collaboration from your perspective? So things like power. So that will be behind me.
Let's see if this, did anyone get onto the QR code Mentimeter? Sorry, did anyone make it to the Mentimeter through the QR code? Brilliant.
Why doesn't it show?
That is not the QR code that we're looking for.
Hey, there you
Oh,
go.
look, okay, that's cool.
So that was the last question. So that's awesome to see all your answers there.
Collaboration, collaboration. Connection, power.
Okay, the next one might appear at some point. And I think, Victoria?
Yeah, cool. So I think it's really a really interesting conversation. I find it interesting because I think the concept of networks and network weaving can often be quite conceptual. It can feel really unwieldy and overwhelming, particularly when you're trying to convene big groups of people to do meaningful work. You've heard Brenda talk about the challenges of trying to do this work in Parliament. You've heard Alice, you've heard Abby talking about trying to create global movements. And I think it's really easy for people to go, this is just a lot, you know, this is really tough. And it is, and it takes time, and you're right that building trust does take time. But I also think it's worth highlighting that sometimes I feel like we use that time as a get-out-of-jail-free card. You know, we're actually not going to invest in building networks and fostering networks because we don't have time, because we need to respond quickly now, and I think that's a mistake. I spend a lot of time thinking about how we intentionally can design so that we can build trust faster, because as I said earlier, change happens at the speed of trust. So that is a non-negotiable. And hearing Abby in particular talk about how power shows up. Sometimes I think we make the mistake of trying to include everybody. And when you include everybody, sometimes nothing happens. So we talk about the concept a lot of generous exclusion or meaningful inclusion. You need the right people in the room so that you can create these not just safe spaces, but brave spaces. So if I take the example of what we've been doing in New Zealand, trying to build this Foresight network, we co-created that network with the community and asked them, you know, what is it that is missing here? If we want to do Foresight well, if we want to institutionalise this way of working, what do you need? What does it look like? What would enable you to feel safe in this space? What's the purpose of it? What are the principles that will guide the way that we come together and that we work together? And I think the other thing that we need to ask ourselves when we are intentionally designing these ways of coming together is what purpose is it serving not just for the network, but what does it serve on a personal level and what does it serve on a professional level? Because people stay in a network and the network is maintained if it meets more than one of those needs. And I think often with network design, network sustaining, it's really difficult to keep it going unless somebody is owning it and someone is responsible for it and someone is coordinating it. And I know that from my friends up here because it's invisible work, it is under-resourced work. You know, it is often done by women, regularly. Women in the space do this invisibly. And I think that's worth acknowledging anyway. Did you manage to find your way to the second QR code? Could we have the second?
To do the next QR code? Yeah, it's cute.
Yes. Yeah. So it should take you back to the Mentimeter page. And the second question is the one Alice just talked about, around what are some of the challenges that you're facing or you feel might be obstacles in the creation of good networks. Is there not a second question below the first?
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So I just wanted to pick up on doing this work and how hard it is, and some of the challenges, because building, particularly, I said, coming from the lens of intergenerational networks and at a global scale, it really is hard. And it's possibly getting harder. 100 years ago, we had 3 to 4 generations alive at any one time, and now it's closer to 6 to 7, and obviously not all within the same family, but we've got 6 to 7 generations alive at the same time. And at the same time, we all know that the social contract between generations is fracturing/breaking down. If you think about intergenerational debt or housing crisis or the environment, there are decisions that are being made by certain generations that are going to be, those implications are going to be felt long into the future by future generations. And so how do you actually take that into consideration and hold spaces where people with very different perspectives and different incentives can actually come to collaborate with each other, and doing so in a non-tokenistic way. And I think we're seeing a lot more, for example, young people being brought into spaces where power's been held, and that's brilliant. But too regularly, it's tokenistic, and it ends up, I would say, to some extent, fracturing that relationship even further, because it's not done in a thoughtful way and it's not facilitated meaningfully. And so what does it actually take to do it meaningfully? And I think I'd go back to what Brenda was saying, that it is about listening and asking the question to start. What does it mean, particularly for young people who may not have the institutional resources behind them, may not, have those connections? They are often taking risks being in these spaces. So how can we make sure that these spaces are mutually beneficial to them, and that they are safeguarded in those spaces, and we are midwifing and caring for those voices and those individuals, whilst also still being kind and considerate to the people that hold power today, because people are not going to willingly necessarily give up that power if they aren't held and supported to do so. And that is such an art, and one that we are learning how to do a lot, but I think it does start with listening, and it starts by asking questions. And I think all of this actually is really difficult to do if you can't actually see what that network looks like in the first place. And Vic has done some incredible work, kind of starting to build out that infrastructure and using infrastructure really smartly to think about how you can build these types of networks and spot the power within them.
Yeah, so let's see if we can bring up a map onto the screen. Any chance of that?
The other tab. If you flick to the other tab, that's what you want.
And while we come up with that,
look, it's coming.
while we bring that up, I just wanted to shine a light on some people here at the forum actually who are doing amazing work around meaningful youth engagement. Oh, there we go. But UNICEF and Felipe Bosch, if you come across the folks from the UNICEF Youth Foresight team and Felipe, they're doing absolutely amazing work around meaningful youth engagement as well. Sorry.
No, so I think this is interesting. So this is an activity that we did when we started to build the New Zealand Foresight Network. We really didn't know what was going on in New Zealand in terms of foresight. We have quite a good reputation for futures thinking, particularly in government. But when you ask the question, who is doing what, where, and how, at the time there was just no information. So you could go to a few people and you could say, are they doing foresight in health? And they would say, yes, you should talk to that person. And then they would put me on to somebody else, and so on and so forth. And so what we did is we decided to actually map all of the people that were engaged in foresight activities, or at least acknowledged that they were in the space of foresight. We used the APF definition of using foresight and futures mindsets, tools, and methods, I think. I think the mindsets part of that definition was quite helpful. But essentially what this has enabled us to do is to create a baseline for what foresight looks like through people in Aotearoa at the moment, which is quite a unique and new thing. This has been in existence now for almost 2 years, and what it's allowed us to do is, I'm going to, I think, say this backward, but it's allowed us to have a baseline for what we looked like 2 years ago, but also how that network has developed, what the health of it looks like, where there is opportunity to put interventions in the system. We can identify where there are strengths that we should be amplifying and giving some visibility to so that others can learn. we can recognise where people just aren't connected in and they're off on the fringe, and where they might like to be brought in. It helps us identify where there is room for collaboration. So you can see that all of the circles signify nodes, so people that are working in Foresight in New Zealand, and the lines between them signify the strength of the connection. So the thicker the line, the more strongly connected you are to that other actor. So you are at a very thick line, you're doing collaboration, you're actively currently collaborating. A very fine line, a weak line is a weak link, so you might be connected to that person but not working with them. So an example of what we've done in the last year is we saw that actually in Christchurch, where Alice is from, there was a really strong hub of activity in Futures and Foresight, and that all around the rest of the country there wasn't that much going on. And that's interesting because Auckland, where I'm from, is our largest city. There are a lot of us by New Zealand standards, but we were all disconnected or very, very weakly linked. And so we identified that as an opportunity where we could put an intervention in the system to start bringing together the people that were interested in Foresight and who might want to learn more, might want to build capability, but equally might want to give something to the network. And so we've been doing a lot of work with the Auckland community now, and what we've seen is the health of the Auckland area in Foresight and Futures has grown significantly. However, the interesting thing is what this mapping activity did was it shone a light on the Foresight community in New Zealand, and a lot of people would say, wonderful, like this is great, we want to be part of this community, and they have joined as well, which in and of itself is great, but growth in and of itself isn't success, in my opinion. So what's happened is as our network has grown, the connection between the people in the network has decreased, which I think is problematic in itself. What that means is that you need more people in that network to then lean into network weaving. And so now I think the next evolution of looking after this Foresight network in New Zealand is going to be, well, how do we then foster some of those network weaving capabilities in current members of the network? And through doing this, we've actually been able to identify who some of those actors are, who will be quite influential in that space, much like the activity that Abby did right at the start, where she said, stand up if you have X amount of connections. We can see through doing an activity like this that there are people whose reach is quite large, and they're likely to be quite effective network weavers. So yeah, it's been quite a game changer for us, just in terms of understanding the landscape, where Foresight is strong, where it's not strong, and who is really helping to shape that in New Zealand.
I'm such a geek. I love those kind of maps. They're amazing. And you're doing one with DFF right now for helping to start to map the DFF community as well.
Yeah, we are. So that will be an interesting thing to follow as well. So the Global Future Society, we're mapping the level of connection between the members of the Global Future Society as well, to understand how globally as Foresight communities we are connected and collaborating. So that will be one to watch.
So that's one kind of infrastructure that can actually practically help you visualize and also grow your network. And I just wanted to share a couple of things before we start to wrap up, which I found incredibly useful for weaving networks. So the first is for anyone who's come across the organization, actually they've just closed, but an organization called Converge. They've got an incredible toolkit online and it's still live, and I think we've got a link to it actually, but they talk about the 5 C's of network weaving. So common purpose, cultivating trust, convening people, coordinating action, and collaborating for system change. And I think a lot of networks often make the mistake of jumping to those final 2, which is coordinating action and collaborating for change, without having the sort of the infrastructure and the foundations of the first 3. So I was just going to quickly share some insights from common purpose and convening people that might be valuable in different contexts as well. So around common purpose, a big lesson that I've learned the hard way over time is that having a shared common purpose is brilliant, and you want to obviously hold that space to be able to surface what that is, but without neglecting the fact that people are there because they've got a personal agenda. So how can you surface the personal agenda and weave those personal agendas together to make sure that people who are in a network are there for themselves and for what they want to achieve, as well as what they want to achieve as part of a collective whole. And then the second is around common purpose is keep iterating on it. So just because you had some time to come together and surface what that common agenda or shared vision might be many years ago, you know, networks are emergent spaces, and what they're trying to do and the context in which they're operating is evolving all the time. And so that common purpose or the specificity of that common purpose is going to shift as well. So making sure that that conversation is an often repeated one. And then around convening people, to build on what Brenda and Vic were saying, for me, this is really about the who. Who is doing the network weaving? Because this requires such care, nurturing care and patience, and people who are happy with uncertainty and with emergence, and people who are able to hold the space without dominating it themselves and amplify the voices of others, and people who find joy, as I do, in connecting people and connecting dots and connecting ideas. And those are the people that you want to have as your network weavers, not the people who necessarily want to be standing at the front, although it's great to have those people as well. And then in terms of convening people, the other piece that we've learnt is that having some infrastructure, some light touch infrastructure helps. So, for example, we've been experimenting over the last couple of years with having sectoral hubs, and these are specific hubs with leads from our network who are in charge of setting the agenda. So, for example, within the NGFP network, we've got a peace and security hub. We've got 3 members from the network who have defined what that purpose is. They've listened to all the members, and they're the ones who are, you know, almost coming to us and saying, you know, these are the people that we want to be connected with. These are the spaces that we want to be in to amplify our voices. And our role at SWAF is not to set that agenda. It's actually to get out of the way and to listen to that hub and to know when we can be useful. So I think we've chatted about network weaving and how to integrate network weaving into Futures and Foresight. But I'm really curious, in the spirit of thinking about what next and imagining the future, and what do you all think that the future of network weaving looks like?
Well, I'm kind of person who I think everybody says that I look at the glass half empty. I don't think that's true. I think I'm just a realist and a pragmatist. And I think when you hear us talking about networks, you hear a lot about connection, community, listening and patience. And so you hear, and we'll talk about network weaving being an art form, and that really requires direct human interaction. But the way our world is changing, a lot of network weaving interaction, as the networks grow big, as Victoria is saying, is taking place through technology. There's a lot of focus on using technology and AI and all these things to try and weave and bring people and communities together. And that's fantastic. It means that we can draw on resources from all over the world, from people with different experiences, but at the same time, it brings in a lot of disconnection. We all know that engaging behind a computer screen or engaging with somebody remotely is not the same as when we engage with them in person. And I think we all saw that during the COVID pandemic. And network weaving really is an art. It's an art about building trust. It's an art about seeing somebody and having them relate with you in a way that they're able to trust you and sometimes cede their power to you to bring them and connect them together. And so I would say for a lot of young people who, I mean, technology is great and they've been able to do great things with it, they still must remember that there is a risk, and they must reflect on that risk of what will happen to the networks that they form when you lose that human connection. It's not a negative thing. I think technology is wonderful, but at the same time, the networks that we begin to weave will change, and the trust and the nature of our relationships will change as we begin to use technology to be the foundational basis of the networks that we weave. But, you know, I think Alice has a more positive, probably helpful perspective on this, and so I'll hand over to her.
I am an optimist usually, but I mean, with everything going on in the world right now, I'm not sure if I can keep that up, but we'll see. I think just before I go into it, what I do want to say about I alluded to earlier the context of what's happening in New Zealand at the moment, and what I wanted to just reference is the fact that for the last, I'd say 10 years, the language revitalisation movement in New Zealand has been an access point for non-Māori to engage in Māoridom, into how to support some of the causes of Indigenous people, what it means to relate in a way that works for Māori. And what I think is that was a mechanism to mean that all these people now have been interconnected, have been relating in different ways, and now they're ready to go, and they're allies to that network. So I just wanted to say that, and I think just in summary, because I can see that we've got about 5 minutes left, I wanted to say, so if we wanted you to take anything out of today, networks is about bridging communities, cultures, ideas, knowledge systems. And the reason that that's valuable is because when we go into the complexity of our future, we need more ways to think in different, alternative, radical, broad, holistic, positive ways for the future. And that's so that the future that we navigate towards together are futures that are more collaborative, are more inclusive, and are more abundant. So that's why we think networks are important, and we do have about 5 minutes. So we've got someone who's going to take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So if you have a question, you can pop up your hand and we'll be able to take a few.
I said this last year as well, so I might just say it again because we're very short on time. Just if you could make sure that your question has a question mark on the end of it, that would be super helpful.
There's a question there. Is there a mic?
I think we have one down at the front. I don't know if there's a mic.
Can they shout?
Okay, I'm not sure if there's a mic coming, but maybe we could take the question from the front here?
Yeah.
If you're happy to
yell,
project your voice, and we can answer it. Oh, perfect,
Brill.
thank you.
Thank you. My question is, if you were about to get started in a country where none of this exists, where would you start?
Okay, I'll jump in super quickly just because I think start by understanding current state. So start by doing the minimum viable of this, just mapping who is out there and who is doing what.
Yeah.
And then look at how you can start to build connections between.
And I would add to that, go where the energy is. So identify a few champions to start.
Another question.
Hi.
This lady here. We've lost our runner.
Where's our mic?
The mic?
If you can shout.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting session. One question that comes to my mind seeing this networking. What factors contribute to connecting to the same person and have that connection be in common across all people who connected with?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Did you?
Are you, sorry, I'm going to see if I've got the question right. Are you asking what happens if there's a single person that seems to be responsible for the network?
What factors contribute to connecting, let's say there's one person who has a network with other people, what factors are contributing to that specific person for networking? And are there common factors that has been studied that connect those people to the same person?
Did you get it?
I'm not quite there, but I'm going to give it a crack. You'll often find in networks, and jump in guys as well, but you'll often find in networks that there are key people that tend to hold a lot of that connection, and that's not necessarily a bad thing until it's the always thing. So where you can, You should always be trying to identify other people who might not be as large of a node, but ones that you can support to have greater reach, because it is a problem. It's a massive risk if you have one single person that is, I guess, responsible for navigating and connecting the network.
Yeah. We call that sometimes the hub and spoke model, and there's the risk, obviously, if the hub moves on or isn't interested anymore, that it means that the entire network can dissipate. And so the ideal is a sort of a multi-hub model, whereby there is no actual center. There might be some coordinating centrality, but there's not a sort of central holder of relationships.
Okay, I think we're going to close. We said that there's a QR code that maybe we can, hopefully, we'll see last time lucky if we can get the final one, which is a code that you can scan that will take you to a website, a web page that has some of the resources, things that we referenced today, and some of our work. And thank you all so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And look, we've created a new network of people who like networks. So,
very much so.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi. Thank you.
Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، أهلا بكم ومرحبا في متحف المستقبل. يسرنا أن نستكمل معكم جلساتنا لليوم الأول من منتدى دبي للمستقبل، والآن مع جلسة نقاشية بعنوان ماذا يحدث لو لم نستشرف المستقبل، وتستضيف إيمي ويب الرئيسة التنفيذية لمعهد Future Today Institute، وسعد خلفان بلهول الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main sessions of the Dubai Future Forum. Starting now, a fireside chat titled Making the Case, Which Way to the Future, featuring Amy Webb, CEO of Future Today Institute, and His Excellency Khilfan Belhoul, CEO of Dubai Future Foundation.
All right. Bismillah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all. Amazed that we still have a full house at 3:20 p.m. with probably 60% of the people here jet lagged coming from all over the world. So we truly appreciate that. Amy included. Thank you for that, Amy. Appreciate it. This session will be a casual session. We kept it open with the different conversations and different questions. And we have also given you the chance to participate through the Mentimeter that I believe should be behind me. Yes, so feel free to scan the QR code to give us your opinion. So we'll go question by question. But my question for you first is, how's your jet lag, Amy?
It's better than when you asked me 2 days ago, I think.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Good, good. But good to see you. And I think maybe I'll hand over to you first, and then we can go one by one.
Absolutely. Well,
Right.
while everybody is still scanning the code, let me just start by saying, well, first of all, thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. There is nothing at all like this in the world. There's nobody else gathering people who are so dedicated to thinking about and planning for the future. And without your leadership, this would not be happening. So I just want to say thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question, if that's
Sure.
okay. The role of government in innovation, should it be more hands-on or hands-off from your point of view?
Okay, maybe before that, I'd like to also counter-respond to what Amy has said, and I'd like to say that Amy honestly was a key driver of this initiative, being with us from the first version of the Future Forum. She's part of the network that we have built, which is the Global Future Societies, and she's definitely one of the main sources of foresight that I personally rely on to, and I actually learn from her. So if you don't mind giving her a round of applause as well. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate it.
All right, now answer the question.
Yes, the question is hands-on, hands-off, you said? Okay, so in my opinion, and given the nature of the government that we work in, it'll be hard for me to say that we are a pure hands-on government. We're blessed to have leaders here that literally, and this is I'd say a secret sauce, but it's no longer a secret anymore. I think this is the recipe of success when it comes to the super fast evolution of this country that, Amy, many people do not even realize that this is a country that's just 50 plus years old. And I don't want to disclose how old I am, but I'm almost as old as this country. And I've literally witnessed the evolution of this country from it being a desert to it becoming a very diverse city, and I'll tell you a secret. When I went to Boston, Amy, back in...
Let's not say one.
Okay. Back sometime, people used to ask me, where are you from? And I'll throw in a hint, but by that time, the unfortunate thing is that in order for me to refer to Dubai back then, I would have had to refer to unfortunate circumstances here within the region, whether it being the Gulf War or other conflicting issues within the region. So I'd say, you know, this country and this country, we're a small city or a country next to it. Fast forward now, when you say you're from Dubai, It's either, wow, I've been there, or wow, I've heard so much, I want to be there. So I think so much, going back to your answer, and I promise you I'll be very fast, I'm wary of the time, but I think governments, successful governments, are not governments that run the show, it's governments that enable the show. And that's the balance between being enabling to the private sector, enabling to the innovators. You cannot be completely hands-off, Amy, because policies constantly change and sectors are constantly disruptive. So how do you really create an inclusive effort where you're enabling innovation, enabling regulation to be amended as fast as possible, and working so close with the private sector, which clearly own so much in this world when it comes to the value of the data or assets or technologies that they own. So the short answer is it's a joint, not hands-on, hands-off, but more of an enabling effort.
I think that's right. Can I just highlight one thing that you said? So the place that we are all in right now, yes, the museum, but the geographical location where we are at is literally the product of strategic foresight. It was a handful of people had a very long-term vision of what this place could be, and then created a strategic plan, and then acted on it. In a lot of governments around the world, foresight used to be a core part of what they did, and it's just not anymore. It's certainly not in the United States. We had something called the Office of Technology Assessment, which doesn't exist anymore. It kind of got filtered into other places, but I think their government needs to play some role in long-term planning.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you, Amy. So I'll jump into your question. How can organizations balance the pressure for immediate returns with the need to invest in long-term innovation?
So I come back to having a strong vision, being agile on how to get there, but mostly having a process. We were working with an organization a handful of years ago that had a huge global corporation that had decided to take the savings that it had gotten from improving margins and putting that back into R&D. The problem is there was no mandate for what that R&D or innovation roadmap was going to look like. And in an absence of that and some changes in leadership, it was much easier to take that money and just, keep it or put it back towards OpEx. So we're living in incredibly challenging times right now, as we all know. And the focus, whether you're in the public or private sector, has really shifted from much longer term to the next few quarters. And the problem with that mindset is that, the future is going to show up whether or not you want it to. And if you don't have a plan, then that innovation is always going to feel like something that is nice to have or extra. It's going to be the easiest thing to cut if you become margin constrained, which means that you have to have a plan, you have to have a process, and that process has to be accepted by the and championed by the executive leadership team in, again, public or private sector, and then that has to be part and parcel of what every department across the organization is doing. So it sounds kind of boring in a way, but the truth is, without that process in place, everything eventually falls apart.
And I'll tell you, Amy, for us, the process took years for us to really actually, I wouldn't say perfect now, but we've went through a lot of iterations when it comes to how does a process work for a future foresight entity. And when His Highness came up with the idea of setting up an entity that institutionalized future foresight, I'll be very frank, we had no clue where to go and what to do, because it wasn't like we were actually able to benchmark or look at other entities that were widely available. Yes, Amy was pioneering the process, but at that time we were actually looking at how can we really benchmark. And fast forward now, what we have here at the moment, this convening, and I mentioned it yesterday at the dinner, this for us is the fuel of everything. This is the catalyst, this is where we actually get the download of ideas and conversations that converts into action items. And that's why the Dubai Future Forum becomes, it's an important vertical of Dubai Future Foundation, because it gathers everyone, we have the conversation, and then to your point in your presentation in the workshop when was I? Yesterday? This time flies by. Yeah, yesterday morning. Was it yesterday morning?
Yeah.
Yes. So when you said, then we do something about it. So what we do is in different ways and forms. It could be investments, it could be accelerators, it could be programming, it could be education. But this is the start, this is the conversation, and then we create a process for it to actually do things about it.
So that works well because His Highness, the mandate came from His Highness. The problem, I think, in a lot of organizations is that it just doesn't feel urgent, and I think there's been too little emphasis on tracking your efficacy, which is my way of saying you got to have data. And without data to prove out, in the absence of a strong mandate from a leader who's going to stick around, you have to have some way to measure the effectiveness of what you're doing. And that's challenging when what you're doing is the future. Yeah. And the way to know that you've done a good job is the bad thing didn't happen. Or years from now, the future that we wanted showed up. So that's a challenging thing to do, but it can be done. You just have to figure out other things to measure and build more quantitative aspects into the process, which is a little controversial, but quite honestly, that is what's required in a lot of settings.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, question for you. So what do you think some of the biggest risks are associated with the very fast pace of technology advancement?
So for me, it's the risk is not the speed. The risk is how well you can actually adapt to it and what kind of environment you can create to test it. I've always challenged many by saying that no matter how fast or how agile you are, and I'm betting even with my colleagues at DFF saying that there's no chance that you can be at par with the speed of innovation. It's impossible, wherever. And there's a funny story behind this museum as well, is that we present futuristic things in this museum, and I see Laith sitting here, who's one of our leaders at the museum. He left us and he just joined us today, so good to see you again, my friend. So we had a challenge where we discussed how can we really change the content in the museum to remain future relevant. And I always tell my friends and folks at the Louvre and other museums, I say that you guys are so lucky, because if this is at the Louvre, as good as the Louvre is, but if this is worth X, 3 years from now, this is worth maybe 100X. So all they got to do is just sit back and enjoy the appreciation of the displays that they have. Whereas in this museum, whatever is worth X is probably worth 0 in 2 weeks. So that's why we need to figure out a way where we constantly change our immersive experience to be future relevant. With technology, I think it's the same. It's way too fast. The fourth industrial revolution is much faster than the previous revolutions. And it will only get faster with supercomputers and advancement of robotics and AI. So the quantum speed of change will only get faster. So it's about how can you create a safe but robust environment to actually test those ideas. It's obviously easier said than done, but what we do here in Dubai, we have regulation labs, we have a sandboxing system. And
can I interrupt you? Can you please tell everybody what the sandbox system is?
Yes,
because
more than
you're
happy.
The only people doing this, and I think it's a phenomenal idea.
Happy to do so. So basically, the sandbox is an effort to really create a safe ecosystem for any innovation to be tested, whether it's a tangible, autonomous drone delivery solution, all the way to a using blockchain for land acquisition, for example. Can it actually be done? So it works for both. How do you get to our earlier point? How do you get the policymakers, all the stakeholders relevant? If I go back to the drone delivery, do you get the civil aviation, do you get the police, you get the road and transportation, you get the entrepreneur in the room, you get the government officials all in the room, and you create a time frame for this effort, and you simply test it in a safe environment. Because the last thing you want, going back to your first point, there's obviously the biggest risk in fast advancement is that you make those mistakes. But when you have those risk-mitigated safe zones to test, clubbed with an agile government that would take those pilots and make them policies, that's how you move as fast as you can to create a very agile ecosystem. But having said that, you'd still, in my humble opinion, would never be at par with the speed. It's how much you create a smaller delta between your regulation and the actual innovations out there. If the gap is huge, you're not doing so well. If the gap is small, it means that you're doing a great catch-up game to catch up with the latest innovation that's coming up. And this is what we try to do.
So I think there's an insight worth all of you taking back, even if you don't work in the public sector. You know, if we look at regulation in the United States, it is way after the fact. So it is, you know, develop, 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 go, 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 and then regulation sort of comes way afterwards, and then there are lawsuits. We see something different in Europe, which is regulate first, with apologies to my European friends, but you know this is true. There's regulation first, and then sort of tech tries to figure out, or in science, how to fit itself in. What I like about what you're describing is that really both should sort of go hand in hand, because ultimately regulation is a look back. It's very hard to regulate forward. So ideally what you want is a public-private sector cooperation where everybody's trying to sort this out together, which helps innovation and make sure that tech and science is being developed for the good of everybody.
Absolutely. And a relevant question to you, Amy, it's similar, but are you more of in the pace of technology adoption, are you more on the cautious side or on the fast and furious?
So that's a good question. I think, let me put it this way. I spend almost all of my time with CEOs of very large corporations around the world and government leaders. For the most part, what I am not seeing is an abundance of caution or desire to be fast and furious, but this horrible space that I like to call the tyranny of fear and FOMO. And leaders are either making decisions at this point based on fear or the fear of missing out. So what that describes is not an intentional decision to be cautious and measured, or an intentional decision to lead, but this horrible place where, because of a lack of strategic foresight and methodical planning, everybody feels constantly caught off guard. I am not of the belief that you should go fast and break things. I think going fast and the breaking part of breaking things is a lack of modeling, and you can absolutely model things in advance. So I think the best approach going forward is about having as much information as you can, building models, simulating outcomes, which requires data, like I said, and modeling, and then thinking through implications. And I think we could all afford probably to go, especially in large corporations, to go a little faster.
Yeah.
And for consumers and some leaders to measure their expectations about what should be where and when.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to your point about regulation across continents, for us, we keep on hearing the continuous. We should collectively, whether it's about AI or whether it's about data, whether it's about climate. So I think the biggest concern is always, and you talked about continents, and we're talking about a small country here that's trying to be agile as well, but we also know that one hand doesn't clap, and we need kind of a collaboration to ensure that those, the unification of those policies, is this a dream or is this something that's actually achievable is the challenge.
Yeah, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I think somehow technology has become a shorthand for artificial intelligence lately. And artificial intelligence, what people mostly mean is automating versus what AI actually is and can do. You know, and just because you have you already know, but just because some people have an awareness now of AI doesn't mean that it itself is new. It's been in some form of development for an extraordinary long time, and it is a long horizon technology. So again, part of this is, again, I think it's really important. It's hard to stay on top of things because the world is more complicated, but the reality is that the more information you have, the better choices and decisions you're going to be able to make.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, I have a fun, I think this is fun for me, probably may not be fun for you. Let me ask you this question. Privacy and surveillance. Are you concerned, or are you like, yes, take my data?
It's truly fun for me. No, I mean, whenever anyone asks me this question, I kind of put things into perspective, and I see how I have evolved with this kind of data thing, and maybe looking at my level of acceptance when it comes to data sharing, I feel like I'm gradually easing off on this, and I think many people of you. Actually, let me have a raise of hands. How many of you store their data on cloud with Apple?
What about your hand is not up or down?
Oh, mine is with them for sure. Yes.
Now we all know.
Yes. So that's my. So what was that like? Probably.
That was basically everybody.
Okay. So you have. I'm sure if I asked you this question 5 years ago or 6 years ago or even more, this would have been no way, and this was me. There's no chance I would have put my data in the hands of anyone else but myself. So now everything is there. I feel, I don't know if it's the right thing. I don't know if you agree, Amy, but I'm telling you, it's our nature to sometimes gradually accept things. And I have a feeling with the heavy involvement of technology in our lives, this is something that we will naturally accept because whether we like it or not, data is the fuel for the advancement of technology. So the short answer is I feel like I will head towards, here is my data, but my biggest concern, and everyone knows here, and this sounds like a broken record to many of the people that I met here, is my concern is not the data, my concern is the health and well-being of people. Maybe, I mean, I'm going off script with this, but I think this is the biggest concern for me, is how much we're really extracting value of technology, AI, and robotics, and how amazing our kids are in front of the screens. And I see Nada here, she's probably heard this 6,000 times from me, but I think the mental and physical well-being of our people in the future is probably the thing that we really need to pay attention to, given this involvement of technology.
So as long as we're off script, I actually have a separate question for you. So we both have kids.
Yes.
So are you concerned about your family's phone use
yes,
and privacy?
100%. So absolutely. I mean, and this dilemma of having a screen time is definitely something that I'm still unable to hack and understand. I see that the amount of data and content they digest from an iPad is unbelievably amazing, and I get amazed by the level of knowledge and understanding. But at the same time, I see this tenseness when you try to pull out the tablet away from them. I see their social skills dropping down. I see them less active. I see them less comfortable to interact with one another. And we haven't even, Amy, scratched the surface on how much this digital world is going to have an impact on us. I mean, we're talking about AI doing everything for us. Mm-hmm. Us having, I mean, they talked about the premium of human capital, and for face-to-face interactions to be so valuable because of the involvement of technology. So don't get me wrong, I'm in an entity that focuses on technology and the future, and I love it, and I think it'll have a big say in our lives. But I also love us, and I think we need to take care of us.
So I think you know this about me. A lot of people are surprised. So I have a 14-year-old girl, and up until 2 months ago, and it was only because of a school project, she did not have a phone. She's one of 4 holdouts in the 8th grade class that did not have a phone, and we only reluctantly agreed to give her one because of a very complicated science project. And even then, we provisioned a network in our house, so she has her own network, but it is very firewalled. So she has unfettered access to go to like 3 websites that we have approved. And I will tell you, my kid is incredibly patient. She does not feel bullied. She doesn't feel insecure. She has spent a lot of time doing other things. Now, there's a drawback. She doesn't know all the TikTok dances.
Okay.
So there's like cool things that she doesn't know anything about, but she is so confident.
But that's an important point. How does she catch up with everyone?
It is so.
Not the dancing specifically, but I mean in general, like with the yeah.
So she's going to do fine as an adult, but it's a good question, and it's a trade-off, because as a teenager, you want to fit in and be cool, and there are some times when she can't do that because she doesn't have the knowledge. She's like an alien who's jetted in. But I think in the long term, we're making the right choice, but it's a controversial one.
So if you talk to all the technologists and the futurists, you always see that the screen time is almost, limited. Do you have an ideal screen time that you think is ideal at certain ages, so I can take notes?
In our case, we've actually never had to limit her. She self-limits. She's got a house. She wants to be a lunar architect, so she spends all of her time thinking about space, and she's got other things. But we never gave her unfettered access. We never sat down with her eating dinner and gave her an iPad. We, talked to her. So I don't know. My assumption is limiting is probably better because it's forcing your brain to fire up in different ways.
Yes.
So if you only do one thing, it's probably also not good to only ever read books and not do anything else,
Absolutely.
right? You want a balance.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that. Amy, I'd ask you, because I know we're running out of time, so I'd ask you the final question. How should we balance optimism and realism when planning for the future?
So I think this is my point of view, and certainly the point of view of my company. When planning for the future, we never start from the point of utopia or dystopia. We usually don't even use those terms. We're pragmatists, and we've heard since the start of this, the future is what you make it based on your choices, which is interesting, but which is true. So from our point of view, it's an easy thing to balance because you should be starting from the point of what we know to be true today, what we think could be extrapolated from what we know, and what we desire the future to be. Optimistic for you, utopian for you, maybe dystopian for me. So it's about figuring out a way to make choices that really is in the best interest of moving all of humanity forward. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
No, I think, given the environment that we're in at the moment, obviously, we're filled with optimism, we're filled with excitement. We've always, we're surrounded here by leaders that always want us to be positive about things. We understand, of course, the risks behind all the advancements of technologies and the risks that we're facing across other sectors. But I think the key component for us is really how to flip those opportunities and challenges, and create those opportunities. And one thing I think we learned from our leaders is that failure will always be part of the journey. And it's how you actually take that failure and look at it simply like a venture capitalist, and look at it as a pivoting moment, as a learning curve, and what can you do about it. I've been on many panels, Amy, where many people have spoken about Dubai and the UAE, and they always say the biggest, the largest, the shiniest, and I've done many of those panels outside, within the US and beyond. And people tend to not realize that what they see as an output is actually the success stories, but we have made so many mistakes, and we have gone through pivoting moments in many projects that we have worked on that haven't even seen light. But I think I've personally been in many projects that actually didn't go through. But the experience we learned made us be part of other massive projects, because we've been enabled through an environment that's entrusted us, that has empowered us, of course, to put, risk mitigation processes to ensure that the health and safety of the people as a priority. But when projects don't go through, it's not the end of the world. And if you have that kind of a mindset, you really have the courage to jump into new ideas. So I have to be optimism with the environment that I am personally surrounded by. But at the same time, to your point, I think this is a global issue. It's a global challenge. It's something that we need to work jointly on together. And if you ask any of those speakers all over the world, we had a chat with once Sam Altman was live in the World Government Summit, and he was asked, what is one thing that you want to be changed to ensure that AI is solved for in the best way possible. And he said just to simply have a platform that gets us all together to really come up with. So the answer is not really complicated, and the message is clear. And every forum you go to, you hear, whether it's Davos or whether it's the forum or whether it's the World Government Summit, it's the same words: fragmented world, collective, unity, and it's the same thing. And this is really what we need to solve for climate, to solve for AI, to solve for the metaverse, and to solve for all the challenges that we have. The more we sit together like we are today, the better the outcome will be.
I love the fact that you brought back the metaverse from the dead.
It's still alive, in my opinion. It's still alive. I think the metaverse is actually internet on steroids, and this is what's going to happen in the future. Well, Amy, first of all, I mean, I have to say I'm always honored to be with you, sharing a panel with you, and I thank you, and I'll use this platform to thank you again for being with us. And hopefully, I mean, we take this relationship from strength to strength, and I'll take this chance again to thank each and every one of you that survived with us until this time. And like I said, you are the fuel of Dubai Future Foundation, because every single conversation here that is mentioned is noted, and hopefully does something that is for the betterment of humanity. So thank you very much. Thank you.